The Banquet of the 10 Virgins by Methodius of Olympus, died 311 A.D. First chapter, collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Banquet of the 10 Virgins. Introduction. The Banquet of the 10 Virgins, or Concerning Chastity. Persons of the Dialogue: Eubuleus, Gregorian, Arete, Marcella, Theophila, Thalia, Theopatra, Thalusa, Agithe, Priscilla, Thecla, Tusiane, Domnina. Introduction. Plan of the work, way to paradise, description and personification of virtue, the agnos, a symbol of chastity, Marcella, the eldest and foremost among the virgins of Christ. Eubuleus: You have arrived most seasonably, Gregorian, for I have been looking for you, wanting to hear of the meeting of Marcella and Theopatra, and of the other virgins who were present at the banquet, and of the nature of their discourses on the subject of chastity, for it is said that they argued with such ability and power that there was nothing lacking to the full consideration of the subject. If therefore you have come here for any other purpose, put that off to another time, and do not delay to give us a complete and connected account of the matter of which we are inquiring. Gregorian: I seem to be disappointed in my hope, as someone else has given you intelligence beforehand on the subject respecting which you ask me, for I thought that you had heard nothing of what had happened, and I was flattering myself greatly with the idea that I should be the first to tell you of it, and for this reason I made all haste to come here to you, fearing the very thing which has happened, that someone might anticipate me. Eubuleus: Be comforted, my excellent friend, for we have had no precise information respecting anything which happened, since the person who brought us the intelligence had nothing to tell us, except that there had been dialogues. But when he was asked what they were, and to what purpose, he did not know. Gregorian: Well then, as I came here for this reason, do you want to hear all that was said from the beginning, or shall I pass by parts of it, and recall only those points which I consider worthy of mention? Eubuleus: By no means the latter. But first, Gregorian, relate to us from the very beginning where the meeting was, and about the setting forth of the viands, and about yourself, how you poured out the wine. They in golden cups each other pledged, while towards broad heaven they looked. Homer, Book 2, Section 4, 3-4. Gregorian: You are always skillful in discussions and excessively powerful in argument, thoroughly confuting all your adversaries. Eubuleus: It is not worth while, Gregorian, to contend about these things at present, but do oblige us by simply telling us what happened from the beginning. Gregorian: Well, I will try, but first answer me this. You know, I presume, Arete, the daughter of Philosophia? Eubuleus: Why do you ask? Gregorian: We went by invitation to a garden of hers with an eastern aspect, to enjoy the fruits of the season. Myself, I am repeating the words of Theopatra, for it was of her I obtained the information, and Priscilla and Tusiane. We went, Gregorian, by a very rough, steep, and arduous path. When, said Theopatra, we drew near to the place, we were met by a tall and beautiful woman walking along quietly and gracefully, clothed in a shining robe as white as snow. Her beauty was something altogether inconceivable and divine. Modesty blended with majesty bloomed on her countenance. It was a face, she said, such as I know not that I have ever seen, awe-inspiring, yet tempered with gentleness and mirth, for it was wholly unadorned by art, and had nothing counterfeit. She came up to us, and like a mother who sees her daughters after a long separation, she embraced and kissed each one of us with great joy, saying, "O my daughters, you have come with toil and pain to me, who am earnestly longing to conduct you to the pasture of immortality. Toilsomely have you come by a way abounding with many frightful reptiles, for as I looked I saw you often stepping aside, and I was fearing lest you should turn back and slip over the precipices. But thanks to the bridegroom, to whom I have espoused you, my children, for having granted an effectual answer to all our prayers." "And while she is thus speaking," said Cleopatra, "we arrive at the enclosure, the doors not being shut as yet, and as we enter we come upon Thecla and Agatha and Marcella preparing to sup. And Arete immediately said, 'Do you also come hither, and sit down here in your place along with these your fellows.' Now she said to me, we who were there as guests were altogether, I think, 10 in number, and the place was marvelously beautiful and abounding in the means of recreation. The air was diffused in soft and regular currents, mingled with fewer beams of light, and a stream flowing as gently as oil through the very middle of the garden threw up a most delicious drink, and the water flowing from it, transparent and pure, formed itself into fountains, and these, overflowing like rivers, watered all the garden with their abundant streams. And there were different kinds of trees there, full of fresh fruits, and the fruits that hung joyfully from their branches were of equal beauty. And there were ever-blooming meadows, strewn with variegated and sweet-scented flowers, from which came a gentle breeze laden with sweetest odor, and the Agnos grew near, a lofty tree, under which we reposed, from its being exceedingly wide-spreading and shady. Eubuleus: You seem to me, my good friend, to be making a revelation of a second paradise. Gregorian: You speak truly and wisely. When there, she said, we had all kinds of food and a variety of festivities, so that no delight was wanting. After this, Arete, entering, gave utterance to these words: Young maidens, the glory of my greatness, beautiful virgins, who tend the undefiled meadows of Christ with unwedded hands, we have now had enough of food and feasting, for all things are abundant and plentiful with us. What is there, then, besides which I wish to expect? That each of you shall pronounce a discourse in praise of virginity. Let Marcella begin, since she sits in the highest place, and is at the same time the eldest. I shall be ashamed of myself if I do not make the successful disputant an object of envy, binding her with the unfading flowers of wisdom. And then, I think, she said, Marcella immediately began to speak as follows. End of Chapter 1 of the Banquet of the 10 Virgins.
The Cat of Misery, Ideas and Images, by Remy de Gourmont. First Chapter Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The Cat of Misery, Ideas and Images. The Cat of Misery. The other day, in a living room, which opens directly onto a garden, we found, rolled up in a ball, a cat. But what a cat! A skinny, mangy being, so weary of life that he seemed indifferent to everything except his feeling at the moment, which was, unexpectedly, to have managed to get hot on a rainy day. He was hungry, too, but not being one of those cats who only have to rub shoulders with their mistress to get things that can be lapped or things that can be eaten. He did not think of it. His astonishment was obviously very great when he saw himself surrounded by a group of humans who offered him milk and cakes. He was not afraid. He was surprised as we would be on a deserted road, if, being thirsty and hungry, a served table appeared at our feet. People didn't scare him, not because he had doubtless received no harm from it yet, but did not attract it, because he had received no good from it. Animals almost inspire me with more pity than men, because they are even more frightened by misfortune. They don't have the resource to curse their brothers and society, which is still a distraction. What reflections would a man not have made, reduced to the wandering and starving condition of this misery cat? However, I see a point where the cat's condition was better. If it had been a human who had slipped into the living room and slumped down in an armchair, it is probable that he would not have been offered either milk or cakes, and that they would not have leaned over him to admire the shine of his eyes. End of Chapter 1. The Cat of Misery, Ideas and Images.
The Dinner Yearbook by Marion Harland. First Chapter Collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The Dinner Yearbook. Familiar talk with the reader. Do not laugh when I tell you that one of the most serious perplexities of my everyday life is the daily recurring question, "What shall we have for dinner?" writes a correspondent. I do not smile at the naive confession. I feel more like sighing as I recollect the years during the summers and winters of which the same query advanced with me into the dignity of a problem. There were several important ends to be compassed in the successful settlement of the question: to accomplish an agreeable variety in the family bill of fare, to accommodate appetites and individual preferences to the season and state of the local market, to avoid incongruous associations of meat, vegetables, sauces, entrees, and desserts, to build fragments into a structure about which should linger no flavor of staleness or sameness, so to manage a long succession of meals that yesterday's repast and the more frugal one of today should not suggest the alternation of fat and lean in the Hibernian's pork, or the dutiful following of penance upon indulgence, to shun with equal care the rock of parsimony and the whirlpool of extravagance. But why extend the list of dilemmas? Are they not written in the mental chronicles of every housewife whose conscience, be her purse shallow or deep, will not excuse her from a continual struggle with the leftovers? Such uncompromising bits of facts do these same leftovers appear in the next day's survey of ways, means, and capabilities, that timid mistresses are the less to blame for often winking at the Alexandrine audacity with which the cook has disposed of the knotty subject by emptying platters and tureens into the swill pail, which should stand for the armorial bearings of her tribe wherever found, or satisfied indolence, and what goes with her for humanity, by tossing crusts, bones, and cold scraps into the yawning basket of the beggar at the basement door. One of these days I mean to write an article, scientific and practical, upon the genus basket beggar. For the present, take the word of one who has studied the species in all its varieties, who has suffered long, and certainly not been unkind in the acquisition of experience upon this head, and prohibit their visits entirely and at all seasons. Cold cuts and the heels of loaves belong to you as certainly as do hot joints and unmutilated pies. Issue your Declaration of Independence to the effect that you choose to dispense charity in your own way, and that, as an intelligent Christian woman, you can better judge by what methods to relieve want and aid the really worthy poor, than can the ignorant, irresponsible creature who lavishes what costs her nothing upon every chance speculator whose lying wine excites her pity. Sympathy which, by the way, would generally lie dormant, were the listener to the piteous tale obliged to satisfy the petitioner from her own purse or wardrobe. Returning from what is not, although it may seem to be a digression, let us talk together more briefly than is our wont in these familiar conferences, of the considerations that have moved and sustained me in the preparation of this volume, and which will, I hope, make it a welcome and useful counselor to you. First, then, the suggestion and interrogation of sincere seekers for helpful advice pertaining to that most important of the triad of daily meals, the family dinner, superadded to my own observation and experience of the difficulties that beset the subject. Secondly, the discovery that so far as I have been able to push my investigations, and my searching has been keen and extensive, no directory upon this particular branch of culinary endeavor has been published, at least none in the English language. We have had books, some of them admirable helps to skillful, no less than to inexperienced housekeepers, upon dinner giving and company dinners, and little dinner parties, not to refer to the mighty mountain of manuals upon cookery in general. But, up to the present time of this writing, I have found nothing that, to my appreciation, meets the case stated by the friend whose plaint heads this chapter. My aim has been to write out, for 7 days of 4 weeks in each month, a menu adapted in all things to the average American market, giving meats, fish, vegetables, and fruits in their season, and, so far as I could do so upon paper, rendering a satisfactory account of every pound of meat, etc., brought, by my advice, into the kitchen. I have taken the liberty accorded me by virtue of our long and intimate acquaintanceship, of inspecting not only the contents of your market basket, but each morning the treasures of larder and refrigerator, of offering counsel concerning crumbs, bones, and such odds and ends as are held in contempt by many otherwise thrifty managers, to wit, other cold vegetables than potatoes, and dry crusts of bread and cake, while of gravy and dripping I have made specialties. I have tried, moreover, to inspire such respect for made-over dinners, as we feel for the rugs made of the ravelings of Axminster carpets. We do not attempt to impose them upon ourselves or our friends as pure Persian, but neither do we blush for them because Mrs. Millionaire across the way would scorn to give them house room. Let consistency be stamped upon every appointment of your household, and even the parvenu opposite cannot despise you. Once learn the truth that moderate or even scanty means do not make meanness or homeliness a necessity, and act upon the lesson, and you can set criticism at defiance. Apropos to this point of consistency, let me say, in explanation, not apology, for the small space devoted to company dinners, that I have dealt with them upon the principle that 10 times 1 makes 10. Having, in emulation of the Eastern beauty, carried the calf with ease for 4 weeks, you will hardly appreciate the difference in the weight of the cow you lift upon the 5th. In plainer phrase, give John and the children good dinners, well cooked and daintily served every day, and the entertainment of half a dozen friends in addition to the family party will cease to be a stupendous undertaking. They have a saying in the Southern States that aptly expresses the labor and excitement attendant upon such an event in too many families. The straining after Mrs. Millionaire's dîner à la Russe, which presupposed the despotism of a chef in the kitchen, and the solemn pomp of a chief butler in the salle à manger. The Southern description of the frantic endeavor is, trying to put the big pot into the little one, and it is invariably used with reference to preparations for company. Be content, my dear sister, to put into your little pot only so much as it will decently hold, and be thankful that you have in it a sure gauge of responsibility. I have spoken of dinners for 4 weeks in each month. I have written receipts for this number, not in forgetfulness of the fact that there is but 1 February per annum, but because the need of adapting the bills of fare to the days of the week instead of the month was absolute, and if I wished the dinner yearbook to be a perpetual calendar, I must say nothing of the broken week that sometimes ends and sometimes begins the month. The difficulty of disposing satisfactorily of the 2 or 3 odd days brought to my mind while blocking out my work, the summary manner in which one of my baby girls once dismissed a somewhat analogous difficulty. "My dear," I said to her one night as she concluded her prayer at my knee, "you have forgotten to pray for your little cousins. How did that happen? Don't you want our Heavenly Father to take care of them?" She made a motion of again bending her knees, yawned sleepily, and tumbled into bed. "Can't help it, Mamma. Baby is too tired. Horace and Eddie must scuffle for themselves just this one night. I have given you 28, nay, counting your possible company meal, 29 dinners in succession, to little purpose if you cannot collate from previous receipts 1 or 2 for yourself, and be the better for the practice. I need hardly say that I do not anticipate or desire slavish adherence to the plans sketched for your day or week. I have sketched, that is all, not worked out a sum in which addition or subtraction would materially affect the sum total. The framework is, I would fain hope, symmetrical. I expect you to build thereupon as convenience or discretion may dictate." End of Chapter 1 of The Dinner Yearbook.
Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes. Translated in Greek by Isidoros Skilisis. First chapter collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Δον Κιχώτης ο Μαγκίσιος. Μέρος πρώτον, κεφάλαιον πρώτον. Της ο χαρακτήρ και τίνες εασχολίε του εξακουστού Δον Κιχώτου του Μαγκισίου. Εις εν χωρίον της Μάγκης, του οποίου το όνομα ο λίγον φροντίζω να ενθυμηθώ, έζη προ λίγου ακόμη καιρού, εις εκ των ευπατριδών εκείνων, ήτινες έχουν εν παμπάλαιον δόρη μίαν σκοριασμένην περικεφαλαίαν εξιδήρου, έναν ύπον εις χνών και έναν σκύλων λαγωνικών. Μόλις τα 3/4 του εισοδήματός του εξήρκουν προς τροφήν του, ούσαν συνήθως το μεν γεύμα κρέας βραστών, ως επιτοπλίστων δαμάλεως, χάριν οικονομίας. Το δε δείπνον, το αυτό πάλιν κρέας ψυχρών, καρικευμένων με οξύδιον, άλας και πιπέριον. Την δε Παρασκευήν φακή, το Σάββατον αυγά τηγανιτά, την Κυριακήν εκτός του βραστού κρέατος και προσφάγιόντι από νεοσούς εκ του περιστερώνος του. Το δεπί λοιπόν της προσόδου του εδαπανάτο διαν μίαν καζάκαν, την οποίαν εφόρει από τσόχαν καλήν, δια τας από βελούδων επικνημίδας του και τας από το αυτό ύφασμα εμβάδας, τας οποίας όμως μετεχειρίζετο μόνον την εορτήν και δια το καθημερινόν του ένδυμα και τούτο τσόχινον, αλλά χονδρότερον. Μόνους δε οικείους είχε την παραμάναν του, γυναίκα άνω των 40 ετών, μίαν ανεψιάν κάτω των 20 και έναν υπηρέτην, ως της έπρατε και τα της οικίας και τα του στάβλου και τα του αμπελώνος και τα του χωραφείου. Η ηλικία του ευπατρίδου μας σύγγιζε εις την πεντηκοντάδα. Ήταν όμως άνθρωπος εύρωστος, άλκημος, λιπόσαρκος στο σώμα και ξηρός στο πρόσωπον, εξεγυρώμενος της κλίνης λίαν πρωί και κυνηγός μέγας. Τινές διατείνονται ότι επωνομάζετο Κιχάδας ή Κεσάδας. Κατά τούτο οι βιογράφοι του διαφωνούν. Πλην το πιθανότερο είναι ότι επεκαλεί το Κιχάδας. Ο λίγον μας μέλη περί τούτου αρκεί να είμεθα περί των κατορθωμάτων του βέβαιοι. Ο Σάκης ο ευπατρίτης μας δεν είχε ενέργων, δηλαδή τα 3/4 της ημέρας, κατεγίνετο εις ανάγνωσιν βιβλίων εξιστορούντων τα των υποτών και τόσην κλήσιν και ευχαρίστησιν συνέλαβε προς τα άθλα αυτών, ώστε κατήντησε να λησμονήσει το κυνήγιον και του κτήματός του την καλλιέργειαν. Όλος γενόμενος έκδοτος εις το πάθος ατούτο, επόλυσαν ολίγων κατ' ολίγων διάφορα μέρη του χωραφείου του για να σχηματίσει βιβλιοθήκην από συγγράμματα περί υποσύνης, εξώνε προτίμα πάντοτε τα του περιφήμου Φελικιανού δε Σίλβα. Ο σαφής και εύληπτος πεζός λόγος του συγγραφέως τούτου, εκ του οποίου ποτέ σχεδόν δεν εξάγει της έννοιαν, εις αυτόν εφαίνεται ο αμίμητος, μάλιστα δεντός επιστολών τεινών παθητικοτάτων, όπου οι ιεραστέ εκφράζονται ως εφ' εξής. Ο συλλογισμός του παραλογισμού όπου κατήντησε στον διαλογισμόν μου, τόσον μου εξασθενίζει το λογισμόν, ώστε δεν πράττουν παραλογισμόν αιτιόμενο στο κάλο σου. Ο τρόπος ούτως του εκφράζεστε κατέθελγεν ως φυσικότατος τον ευπατρίδη μας, ώστε αθλίβετο μόνον μη δυνάμενος και να καταλάβει τι ταύτα εσήμενον. Και κατεβασανίζετο λοιπόν ο δύστηνος δια να εννοήσει φράσιν την οποία και αυτός ο Αριστοτέλης δυσκόλως τα κατόρθωνε να εξηγήσει. Επίσης υπόρει και δια τα δεινά τραύματα τα οποία κατέφερεν εις άλλους ή επάθαινε δον βελιάνης της. Τον εφαίνετο ότι όσον επιτίδη κι αν ήσαν οι χειρούργοι θα έμεναν πάντοτε εις τους γιατρευομένους ουλέ βαθύτατε. Αλλά εσυγχώρητα πάντα εις τον συγγραφέα χάρη του ατελευτήτου εκείνου συμβεβικότος ούτινος υπόσχεται την λύση εις το τέλος του βιβλίου του. Πολλάκις ήλθεν εις το ευπατρίδιν μας επιθυμία να λάβει τον κάλαμον και να αποτελειώσει αυτός το αριστούργημα εκείνο. Δυστυχώς δεν έλαβε καιρόν. Εφιλονίκη συνεχώς με τον ιερέα του χωρίου, άνθρωπον λόγιων, περί του ποιος εκ των δύο υποτών, Παλμερίνου του Άγγλου και Αμαδαίου του Γάλλου, υπήρξεν αξιότερος. Κυρ Νικόλας της, ο κουρεύς του τόπου, είχε αποφανθεί υπέρ του υπότου του Ηλίου, μετά τον οποίον υπελείπτεται τον αδελφό του Αμαδαίου δον Γαλάωρον, επειδή, ως έλεγεν, αυτός έπαιρνε τα πράγματα καθώς ήρχοντο και δεν εθρύνει πάντοτε, καθώς ολίαν πολύ ευαίσθητος αδελφός του. Ενή λόγο μόνον υποτιού των ιδεών κατεχόμενος ο ευπατρίδης μας διήγε τας ημέρας του και τας νύκτας βόσκον εντός αυτών. Η αδιάλειπτος δε ανάγνωσης των τιούτων και η αϊπνία του κατεξήραναν τον εγκέφαλον, ώστε έχασε την κρίση του νοός ο άνθρωπος. Η πτωχή κεφαλή του παραγεμίστη από μαγείας, μονομαχίας, ερωτικάς βασάνους και πάσαν μορίαν και πλάνην ειν έβρισκεν εις τα βιβλία του. Ο δελαχίστην είχεν αμφιβολία περί της αληθείας των διηγημάτων τούτων και σπουδαίως διισχυρίζεται ότι ο Σίδη Ρούης Δίας ήταν υπότης καλός. Δεν είχεν όμως σύγκριση με τον άλλον εκείνον υπότη της πυρήνης Ρομφέας, ώστις έκοπτεν εις την μέση δια μιας δυο γίγαντας και τούτο όχι με το κοπτερόν μέρος, αλλά με την ράχη της πάθης του. Έτσι δε μάλλον είχε υπόλοιψην εις τίνα Βερνάρδον Καρπιώτην, ώστις κατεπώνησεν Ορλάνδον των μαγευμένων, καθώς τον Αντέον ο Ηρακλής. Ο Μοργάνταρος δεν τον απείρεσκεν όλος διόλου, ως γίγαντα τον εθεώρη άρχοντα αρκετά καλήν ανατροφήν. Αλλά ο ηγαπημένος και επιστήθιος του είτε ο Ρινάλδος ο Μοντάλβανος. Ο Σάκης μάλιστα τον έβλεπαν εξερχόμενον του πύργου του δια να απογυμνώσει όσους απίντα καθοδόν. Τόσον ηγάπα τούτο τον ήρωα, ώστε ασμένος θα έστειλεν εις κόρακας και την παραμάναν του και την ανεψιάν του αυτήν παριπλέον, δια την ευχαρίστηση του να δροσίσει άπαξ επάνω εις την ράχη του μοχθηρού εκείνου γανελώνους τη χείρα του. Τάχιστα του ήλθεν εις το νουν η παραδοξοτάτη των ιδεών όσας ποτέ συνέλαβεν. Εφαντάστη ότι δεν υπήρχε πράγμα ωραιότερον, ουδεν τιμότερον δι' αυτόν και υποφελέστερον εις την πατρίδα του να αναστήσει την πλανόδιον υποσύνην, περιφερόμενος ο ίδιος αυτός επί ύπου, οπλισμένος καθώς ποτέ οι παλατίνοι λεγόμενοι, θυρεύων τείχας, τιμωρώντας κακίας των ανθρώπων και διορθώντας αδικίας. Ο άθλιος ήδη εφαντάζεται ότι και κατέκτησεν δια της ανδρείας του το κράτος της τραπεζούντος, έως σου καταβαχευθείς υπό των ελπίδων του απεφάσισε και να επιχειρήσει το έργον χωρίς να χάνει καιρόν. Πρώτον πάντων υπήγε να ειδεί τι απέγιναν όπλα τεινά σκοριασμένα από του καιρού του προπάπου του κατακείμενα εις γωνίαν τεινά. Τα ευρήκε, τα εκαθάρισε, τα διόρθωσεν ως εμπόρεσεν. Αλίδε με λείπειν ότι το ίμιση της περικεφαλαίας έλειπεν. Επιτίδιος μόλον τούτο έλαβε χαρτόνιον και φράξας δι' αυτού το άλλο ίμιση μέρος κατόρθωσε τι έχουν περικεφαλαίας μορφήν. Είναι αληθές ότι θελήσας έπειτα και να δοκιμάσει την στερεότητα αυτής, έσυρε την σπάθη του και πατάξας μόλι του τη δύναμην εσύντριψεν ευηείς το έργον εις ο κατεγίνετο ολόκληρον εβδομάδα. Διόλου δεν τον ήρεσεν ότι μια περικεφαλαία διεσχίζετο με τόσην ευκολίαν. Όθεν επανέλαβε την επισκευήν, προσθέσας αυτήν την φορά επάνωθεν και μικρά τεινά ελάσματα σιδήρου, διόν κατόρθωσε τη οπωσούν στερεότερον. Ώστε ευχαριστής εκ της εφευρέσεώς του και απέχον όμως του να επαναλάβει την δοκιμή, ενόμισεν ότι εξοπλίστη ήδη κάλλιστα. Μετέβη δε τότε να επισκεφθεί και τον ύπον του, μόλον ότι το ταλέπορον ζώον ομοίαζε δια την αχριότητά του ζωντανός σκελετός, τον εφάνει ζωηρότερον παρά των βουκέφαλων του Αλεξάνδρου. 4 ημέρας εσκέπτετο τι όνομα να δώσει εις αυτόν. Κατεβασάνισε τον νουν και εις τούτο, επειδή ως μέλλον να κάμει κρότον εις τον κόσμο. Επεθύμιος το όνομα του ύπου του να σημαίνει και τι ήτο το άλογον τούτο προ του ευγενούς προορισμού του και τι κατέστη έπειτα. Αφού δε πολλά ονόματα έβαλε και απέβαλε και μετέβαλε, τέλος απεφάσισε να το αποκαλέσει αχαμνόοντα, ρωσινάντε, όνομα κατά αυτόν ευηχών, ωραίων, μεγαλοπρεπές, εμφατικών. Τόσο δε ευχαριστήθη εκ της ευρέσεως τιού του υπερήφανου ονόματος δια τον ύπον του, ώστε απεφάσισε να ζητήσει κανέν και δια τον εαυτόν του, εις ο και εδαπάνησεν άλλας ημέρας 8. Τέλος επωνόμασεν εαυτόν Δον Κιχώτην. Αλλά ενθυμηθείς ότι Αμαδαίος μη αρκούμενος να φέρει το όνομά του απλώς, επρόσθεσε και το επίθετον ο Γάλλος εκ της πατρίδος του, ηβουλήθηκε αυτός να επωνομαστεί Δον Κιχώτης ο Μαγκίσιος, είναι και ο τόπος του, η Μάγκη, μεθέξει το κλέους το οποίον έμελε να περιάψει εις εαυτόν. Ιδού λοιπόν είχεν ήδη και όπλα και περικεφαλαίαν εις το ίμιση από χαρτόνιον και είπον με όνομα και ίδιον επίθετον εμφατικότατον. Όλα αυτά δεν ήσαν ολίγων, πλην τον έλειπαν ακόμη το κυριότερον, μία αερωμένη, μία δέσποινα των διαλογισμών και της καρδίας του, διότι η πότης χωρίς έρωτα είναι δένδρον χωρίς καρπών, χωρίς φύλλα, ή σώμα χωρίς ψυχήν. Εάν, έλεγεν, εξ αμαρτιών μου, ή μάλλον κατά καλήν μου τύχην, συναπαντηθώ με κανένα γίγαντα καθώς συμβαίνει πολλάκις, και εν ροπή οφθαλμού τον καταβάλω και τον κόψω εις δύο, ή τον αναγκάσω να παραδοθεί, ευχάριστον αληθινά θα ήτο να έχω μια δέσποινα εις την οποία να τον στείλω, ώστε παρουσιαζόμενος ενώπιον της να γονιπετήσει λέγον με ταπείνωσιν, «Δέσποινα, ιδού εγώ προ των ποδών σου, είμαι ο γίγας καρασκουλιάμπρος, ηγεμόν της μαλινδρανίας νήσου, αλλά ο περηφανέστατος υπότης, ούτω κλαίος σε βρει, Δον Κιχώτης, λέγω ο Μαγκίσιος, νικήσας με εις μονομαχίαν, διάταξε να προσέλθω εις τους πόδας της γαληνότητός σου, πρόσταξε λοιπόν περί της τύχης μου. Πόσο ευχαριστημένος έμεινεν εκ του εαυτού του εις τούτων των μονόλογων. Πολύ δε μάλλον και όταν έβρισκε τι όνομα να δώσει στην δέσποινάν του. Πολλοί διατείνονται ότι γάπησε ποτέ μιαν χωρικήν τον πέριξ, αρκετά ευηδή ή της όμως ούτε το είχε καταλάβει ή και αν το είχε καταλάβει πολύ ολίγον ανησύχησεν. Αυτή λοιπόν έθεσε βασιλίδα της καρδίας του και καλείτο μεν αλδόνσα του λαβρέντη, αλλά αυτός επιθυμώ να δώσει και εις αυτήν όνομα τη πρεποδέστερο της πυρκυπέσας, την μετονόμασε γλυκερίαν το Βοσαΐδα, επειδή το Βόσον εκαλείτο το χωρίον της, και τούτο δε το όνομα δια το οποίον εκοπίασεν ούχ ήτον. Τον εφάνει επίσης μόσα άλλα έκλειξεν αρμονικότατον, έβυχων και εκφραστικών. End of chapter 1 of Don Quixote.
Preface to Eloisa, or a series of original letters collected and published by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712 to 1788. published in 1761. First chapter, collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eloisa, or a series of original letters collected and published by J. Rousseau. Preface. Great cities require public theatres, and romances are necessary to a corrupt people. I saw the manners of the times, and have published these letters. Would to heaven I had lived in an age when I ought rather to have thrown them in the fire. Though I appear only as the editor of this work, I confess that I have had some share in the composition. But am I the sole author? And is the entire correspondence fictitious? Ye people of the world, of what importance is it to you? Certainly to you it is all a fiction. Every honest man will avow the books which he publishes. I have prefixed my name to these letters, not with a design to appropriate them to myself, but that I might be answerable for them. If they deserve censure, let it fall on me. If they have any merit, I am not ambitious of the praise. If it is a bad book, I am the more obliged to own it. I do not wish to pass for better than I am. As to the reality of the history, I declare that though I have been several times in the country of the two lovers, I never heard either of Baron d'Estrange, his daughter, Mr. Orbe, Lord B, or Mr. Wolmar. I must also inform the reader that there are several topographical errors in this work, but whether they are the effect of ignorance or design, I leave undetermined. This is all I am at liberty to say. Let everyone think as he pleases. The book seems not calculated for an extensive circulation, as it is not adapted to the generality of readers. The style will offend people of taste. To austere men the matter will be alarming, and all the sentiments will seem unnatural to those who know not what is meant by the word virtue. It ought to displease the devotee, the libertine, the philosopher, to shock all the ladies of gallantry, and to scandalize every modest woman. By whom, therefore, will it be approved? Perhaps only by myself. Certain I am, however, that it will not meet with moderate approbation from any one. Whoever may resolve to read these letters ought to arm himself with patience against faults of language, rusticity of style, and pedantry of expression. He ought to remember that the writers are neither natives of France, wits, academicians, nor philosophers, but that they are young and inexperienced inhabitants of a remote village, who mistake the romantic extravagance of their own imagination for philosophy. Why should I fear to speak my thoughts? This collection of letters, with all their Gothic air, will better suit a married lady than books of philosophy. It may even be of service to those who in an irregular course of life have yet preserved some affection for virtue. As to young ladies, they are out of the question. No chaste virgin ever read a romance. But if perchance any young girl should dare to read a single page of this, she is inevitably lost. Yet let her not accuse me as the cause of her perdition. The mischief was done before, and since she has begun, let her proceed, for she has nothing worse to fear. May the austere reader be disgusted in the first volume, revile the editor, and throw the book into the fire. I shall not complain of injustice, for probably in his place I might have acted in the same manner. But if after having read to the end anyone should think fit to blame me for having published the book, let him, if he pleases, declare his opinion to all the world, except to me, for I perceive it would never be in my power to esteem such a man. End of Preface to Eloisa, or a series of original letters collected and published by J.J. Rousseau.
The Enchanted Typewriter by John Kendrick Bangs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The Enchanted Typewriter. The Discovery. It is a strange fact, for which I do not expect ever satisfactorily to account, and which will receive little credence even among those who know that I am not given to romancing. It is a strange fact, I say, that the substance of the following pages has evolved itself during a period of 6 months, more or less, between the hours of midnight and 4 o'clock in the morning, proceeding directly from a typewriting machine standing in the corner of my library, manipulated by unseen hands. The machine is not of recent make. It is, in fact, a relic of the early 70s, which I discovered one morning when, suffering from a slight attack of the grip, I had remained at home and devoted my time to pottering about in the attic, unearthing old books, bringing to the light long-forgotten correspondences, my boyhood collections of stuff, and other memory-inducing things. Whence the machine came originally I do not recall. My impression is that it belonged to a stenographer once in the employ of my father, who used to frequently come to our house to take down dictations. However this may be, the machine had lain hidden by dust and the flotsam and jetsam of the house for 20 years, when, as I have said, I came upon it unexpectedly. Old man as I am, I shall soon be 30. The fascination of a machine has lost none of its potency. I am as pleased today watching the wheels of my watch go round as ever I was, and to monkey with a typewriting apparatus has always brought great joy into my heart, though for composing give me the pen. Perhaps I should apologize for the use here of the verb monkey, which savours of what a friend of mine calls the English schlanguage, to differentiate it from what he also calls the Andrew language. But I shall not do so, because, to whatever branch of our tongue the word may belong, it is exactly descriptive, and descriptive as no other word can be, of what a boy does with things that click and go, and is therefore not at all out of place in a tale which I trust will be regarded as a polite one. The discovery of the machine put an end to my attic potterings. I cared little for finding old bill files and collections of Atlantic cable ends when, with a whole morning, a typewriting machine, and a screwdriver before me, I could penetrate the mysteries of that useful mechanism. I shall not endeavor to describe the delightful sensations of that hour of screwing and unscrewing. They surpass the powers of my pen. Suffice it to say that I took the whole apparatus apart, cleaned it well, oiled every joint, and then put it together again. I do not suppose a 7-year-old boy could have derived more satisfaction from taking a piano to pieces. It was exhilarating, and I resolved that as a reward for the pleasure it had given me the machine should have a brand new ribbon, and as much ink as it could consume. And that, in brief, is how it came to be this machine of antiquated pattern was added to the library bric-a-brac. To say the truth, it was of no more practical use than Barry's dancing bear, a plaster cast of which adorns my mantel shelf, so that when I classify it with the bric-a-brac, I do so advisedly. I frequently tried to write a jest or two upon it, but the results were extraordinarily like Sir Arthur Sullivan's experience with the organ into whose depths the lost chord sank, never to return. I dashed off the jests well enough, but somewhere between the keys and the types they were lost, and the results, when I came to scan the paper, were depressing. And once I tried a sonnet on the keys. Exactly how to classify the jumble that came out of it I do not know, but it was curious enough to have appealed strongly to Disraeli or any other collector of the literary oddity. More singular than the sonnet, though, was the fact that when I tried to write my name upon this strange machine, instead of finding it in all its glorious length written upon the paper, I did find William Shakespeare printed there in its stead. Of course, you will say that in putting the machine together, I mixed up the keys and the letters. I have no doubt that I did, but when I tell you that there have been times when, looking at myself in the glass, I have fancied that I saw in my mirrored face the lineaments of the great bard, that the contour of my head is precisely the same as was his, that when visiting Stratford for the first time, every foot of it was pregnant with clearly defined recollections to me. You will perhaps more easily picture to yourself my sensations at the moment. However, enough of describing the machine in its relation to myself. I have said sufficient, I think, to convince you that whatever its make, its age, and its limitations, it was an extraordinary affair, and, once convinced of that, you may the more readily believe me when I tell you that it has gone into business apparently for itself, and incidentally for me. It was on the morning of the 26th of March last that I discovered the curious condition of affairs concerning which I have essayed to write. My family do not agree with me as to the date. They say that it was on the evening of the 25th of March that the episode had its beginning, but they are not aware, for I have not told them, that it was not evening but morning when I reached home after the dinner at the Aldous Club. It was at 2:45 a.m. precisely that I entered my house and proceeded to remove my hat and coat, in which operation I was interrupted, and in a startling manner, by a click from the dark recesses of the library. A man does not like to hear a click which he cannot comprehend, even before he has dined. After he has dined, however, and feels a satisfaction with life which cannot come to him before dinner, to hear a mysterious click, and from a dark corner, at an hour when the world is at rest, is not pleasing. To say that my heart jumped into my mouth is mild. I believe it jumped out of my mouth and rebounded against the wall opposite, back through my system into my boots. All the sins of my past life, and they are many. I once stepped upon a caterpillar, and I have coveted my neighbor, both his manservant and his maidservant, though not his wife, nor his ass, because I don't like his wife, and he keeps no livestock. All my sins, I say, rose up before me, for I expected every moment that a bullet would penetrate my brain, or my heart, if perchance the burglar whom I suspected of levelling a clicking revolver at me aimed at my feet. "Who is there?" I cried, making a vocal display of bravery I did not feel, hiding behind our hair sofa. The only answer was another click. "This is serious," I whispered softly to myself. "There are two of them. I am in the light, unarmed. They are concealed by the darkness and have revolvers. There is only one way out of this, and that is by strategy. I'll pretend I think I've made a mistake." So I addressed myself aloud. "What an idiot you are!" I said, so that my words could be heard by the burglars. "If this is the effect of Aldous Club dinners, you'd better give them up." The click wasn't a click at all, but the ticking of our new 8-day clock. I paused, and from the corner there came a dozen more clicks in quick succession, like the cocking of as many revolvers. "Great heavens!" I murmured under my breath. "It must be Ali Baba with his 40 thieves." As I spoke, the mystery cleared itself, for following close upon a 13th click came the gentle ringing of a bell, and I knew then that the typewriting machine was in action. But this was by no means a reassuring discovery. Who or what could it be that was engaged upon the typewriter at that unholy hour, 3 a.m.? If a mortal being, why was my coming no interruption? If a supernatural being, what infernal complication might not the immediate future have in store for me? My first impulse was to flee the house, to go out into the night and pace the fields, possibly to rush out to the golf links and play a few holes in the dark in order to cool my brow, which was rapidly becoming fevered. Fortunately, however, I am not a man of impulse. I never yield to a mere nerve suggestion. And so, instead of going out into the storm and certainly contracting pneumonia, I walked boldly into the library to investigate the causes of the very extraordinary incident. You may rest well assured, however, that I took care to go armed, fortifying myself with a stout stick, with a long, ugly steel blade concealed within it, a cowardly weapon, by the way, which I permit to rest in my house merely because it forms a part of a collection of weapons acquired through the failure of a comic paper, to which I had contributed several articles. The editor, when the crash came, sent me the collection as part payment of what he was owed me, which I think was very good of him, because a great many people said that it was my stuff that killed the paper. But to return to the story. Fortifying myself with a sword cane, I walked boldly into the library, and, touching the electric button, soon had every gas jet in the room giving forth a brilliant flame. But these, brilliant as they were, disclosed nothing in the chair before the machine. The latter, apparently oblivious of my presence, went clicking merrily and as rapidly along as though some expert young woman were in charge. Imagine the situation if you can. A typewriting machine of ancient make, its letters clear, but out of accord with the keys, confronted by an empty chair, 3 hours after midnight, rattling off page after page of something which might or might not be readable. I could not at the moment determine. For 2 or 3 minutes I gazed in open-mouthed wonder. I was not frightened, but I did experience a sensation which comes from contact with the uncanny. As I gradually grasped the situation and became used somewhat to what was going on, I ventured a remark. "This beats the deuce," I observed. The machine stopped for an instant. The sheet of paper upon which the impressions of letters were being made flew out from under the cylinder. A pure white sheet was as quickly substituted, and the keys clicked off the line. "What does?" I presumed the line was in response to my assertion, so I replied, "You do. What uncanny freak has taken possession of you tonight, that you start in to write on your own hook, having resolutely declined to do any writing for me ever since I rescued you from the dust and dirt and cobwebs of the attic?" "You never rescued me from any attic," the machine replied. "You'd better go to bed. You've dined too well, I imagine. When did you rescue me from the dust and dirt and the cobwebs of any attic?" "What an ungrateful machine you are!" I cried. "If you have sense enough to go into writing on your own account, you ought to have mind enough to remember the years you spent upstairs under the roof neglected, and covered with hammocks, awnings, family portraits, and receipted bills." "Really, my dear fellow," the machine tapped back, "I must repeat it. Bed is the place for you. You're not coherent. I'm not a machine, and upon my honor, I've never seen your darned old attic." "Not a machine!" I cried. "Then what in heaven's name are you? A sofa cushion?" "Don't be sarcastic, my dear fellow," replied the machine. Of course I'm not a machine. I'm Jim. Jim Boswell. What? I roared. You? A thing with keys and type and a bell? I haven't got any keys or any type or a bell. What on earth are you talking about? Replied the machine. What have you been eating? What's that? I asked, putting my hand on the keys. That's keys, was the answer. And these and that? I added, indicating the type and the bell. Type and bell, replied the machine. And yet you say you haven't got them, I persisted. No, I haven't. The machine has got them, not I, was the response. I'm not the machine. I'm the man that's using it. Jim Boswell. What good would a bell do me? I'm not a cow or a bicycle. I'm the editor of the Stygian Gazette, and I've come here to copy off my notes of what I see and hear. And besides all this, I do typewriting for various people in Hades. And as this machine of yours seemed to be of no use to you, I thought I'd try it. But if you object, I'll go. As I read these lines upon the paper, I stood amazed and delighted. Go, I cried, as the full value of his patronage of my machine dawned upon me, for I could sell his copy and he would be none the worse off. For, as I understand the copyright laws, they are not designed to benefit authors, but for the protection of typesetters. Why, my dear fellow, it would break my heart if, having found my machine to your taste, you should ever think of using another. I'll lend you my bicycle, too, if you'd like it. In fact, anything I have is at your command. Thank you very much, returned Boswell, through the medium of the keys, as usual. I shall not need your bicycle. But this machine is of great value to me. It has several very remarkable qualities which I have never found in any other machine. For instance, singular to relate. Mendelssohn and I were fooling about here the other night, and when he saw this machine, he thought it was a spinet of some new pattern. So what does he do but sit down and play me one of his songs without words on it, and by Jove, when he got through, there was the theme of the whole thing printed on a sheet of paper before him. You don't really mean to say, I began. I'm telling you precisely what happened, said Boswell. Mendelssohn was tickled to death with it, and he played every song without words that he ever wrote, and every one of 'em was fitted with words which he said absolutely conveyed the ideas he meant to bring out with the music. Then I tried the machine and discovered another curious thing about it. It's intensely American. I had a story of Alexander Dumas about his musketeers that he wanted translated from French into American, which is the language we speak below, in preference to German, French, Volapük, or English. I thought I'd copy off a few lines of the French original, and as true as I'm sitting here before your eyes, where you can't see me, the copy I got was a good, though rather free, translation. Think of it! That's an advanced machine for you. I looked at the machine wistfully. I wish I could make it work, I said, and I tried as before to tap off my name, and got instead only a confused jumble of letters. It wouldn't even pay me the compliment of transforming my name into that of Shakespeare, as it had previously done. It was thus that the magic qualities of the machine were made known to me, and out of it the following papers have grown. I have set them down without much editing or alteration, and now submit them to your inspection, hoping that in perusing them you will derive as much satisfaction and delight as I have in being the possessor of so wonderful a machine, manipulated by so interesting a person as Jim Boswell, as he always calls himself, and others, who, as you will note, if perchance you have the patience to read further, have upon occasions honored my machine by using it. I must add in behalf of my own reputation for honesty that Mr. Boswell has given me all right, title, and interest in these papers in this world as a return for my permission to him to use my machine. What if they make a hit and bring in barrels of gold in royalties? He said. I can't take it back with me where I live, so you keep it yourself. End of Chapter 1 of The Enchanted Typewriter.
Marsh Leaves by Peter Henry Emerson. First chapter collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Marsh Leaves. Old Rote. He is always roting about. No matter whether there be ice or sun, he's always roting about. Nothing riffles him, the amphibian said, when the stoutly built, bent old hulk of a man, now in his 84th year, walked slowly past, supporting his huge torso on a stout ash stick. 40 years ago, old Rote was a 6-foot man, with ginger hair and blue eyes, and then he was the champion wrestler of the Fenlands. But even he did not escape the fierce shin-kicking matches, for his legs were notched and ridged like a rope-worn timber-head. I saw this old man cutting stuff, wading clumsily about through the thin ice on the marsh, one cold winter day, when the nor'easter blew keenly from the sea. His big boots crashed through the ice and splashed up the mud as he waded from hillock to hillock, cutting a forkful of stuff here and a forkful there. I saw him again the following spring on the yellow reed rond with one of his giant sons, poling out a few fathoms of dry reed to his marsh boat and talking aloud, for none spoke to him. He was as deaf as a post on the marshes, but he was always talking about roting and 60 years ago. As he helped load the boat, he said in his slow bass voice, "Ah, da, boor, I come at the wrong time," and he snuffled thrice. Work was scarce 40 year ago, and flour 4 shillin' a stone. Ah, da, boor, used to get 1 and 9pence for mowing an acre of grain in those days, and now you get 3 shillin'. Ah, da, used to eat turnips and sharps then. He saw his son's lips move, but heard nothing, and again he snuffled. Then he continued, "Ah, da, boor, bad times then. Used to get 18pence for boating stuff, and now you, boy, get 3 shillin'. Good times now," emphasizing his speech with 3 defiant snuffles. The giant ginger-headed son made a grimace. "Ah, da, boor, yes, good times now," repeated old Rote. "Plenty of beer now. I could drink a pailful then, but that's too much now. Ah!" And he snuffled a long, deep snuff of air. The son smiled. "Ah, I could, and I never let the sun get the master of me neither. But men were men then. We used to bend our backs like a rainbow at work, but now lots of 'em can't neither eat, drink, nor yet rote." When the flat, black-pitched boat was loaded with reed sheaves, old Rote sat down under the lee in the bright sunshine, and fell on his meat and bread, his 5th meal that day, for he ate his 8 meals a day even now, and drank his beer with many of the younger generation. As he ate and drank, he snuffled fiercely, and watched his son cutting a splinter from his hand. "Da, boor, a shiver in the hand. Mean you don't rote." For this hardy but deaf old Hercules despised the young men of the day, saying they were more like Morthers, with their prayer meetings, smooth tongues, and lazy ways. I heard afterwards old Rote had, by dint of hard work, kept a little farm going until he was 68, when the times mastered him, and he had to give up, after which he hired the finest slips of ragged land ronds hanging to the river walls, farming the rough crops of rush and reed growing thereon to provide for his simple wants. Whilst at this work he did not deign even to answer the young men, but when he saw a good workman he would always stop and speak to him. One starry February morning he came steering along the river through the thick mists soon after daybreak, when most of the young men lay abed afraid of getting influenza, which was raging in the village. But presently he came upon a young marshman who feared nothing, and was at work in the fog, cutting rushes. Old Rote stopped his marsh boat. "Rather thick morning," shouted the marshman, straightening himself. "Ay, bor, that it is," said the old man in his deep bass voice. "It's rather unhealthy morning." "Ay, damn you, them reeks won't hurt you. You keep on roting. Put that old scythe into it. You'll be all right." And he shoved off to his own roting, cutting reed. But at times, much as he loved roting, he felt that his path was not the most profitable, and one day, when 3 of the villagers lay dead of influenza, his sons told him they were tolling the little church bell. "Ah, damn bore! They're cleverer in the skull than we are. They don't like to get hold of much hard work. They know too much to ring the big bell." On this particular morning, as the old man and his giant son navigated a light load down the blue winding river, I could not but feel the men of those days were giants, and as I saw the bent figure of the old man handling his pole surely and effectively at 84, and when I thought of the pailfuls of beer, and how he had sown his fields of corn and herded his herds of pigs, and fought and lived and worked so that he had become known only by the name of Old Rote or Old Worker, I marvelled. The only regret, it was no wine, that ever escaped those manly lips was that he was born at the wrong time. "Work was better paid now," he said, and he continued making plans for work 10 and 20 years ahead. End of chapter 1 of Marsh Leaves.
Montenegro, A Land of Warriors. First chapter collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Montenegro, A Land of Warriors. A Peep at the Black Mountain. When God was making the world, he carried all the mountains in a great sack, and placed them here and there as he thought best. While passing over Montenegro, he halted, in order to make a gift of a mountain to the country, when by great misfortune the sack burst, and the mountains, rocks, and stones came tumbling down pell-mell on to poor Montenegro, where to this day they form a bewildering mass. So runs the popular legend, which has grown up in the land to account for the existence of that great assemblage of bleak and rugged mountains that constitute the Montenegrin kingdom, and the endeared home of a warrior race. We in England can scarcely realize how vastly different from our own lives are those of the simple folk who live in this mountain-girt and rock-strewn territory, which, though really of less size than Wales, yet possesses war annals that brilliantly and daringly surpass those of the entire world. First, you must understand where Montenegro is. If you examine a map of southern Europe, you will notice Italy, that jutting out into the Mediterranean Sea somewhat resembles a badly formed leg. Opposite the heel of Italy, and across the Adriatic, lies Turkey in Europe, and where Turkey greets Bosnia, there is a small irregular patch, probably of different color from the rest of the map. That is Montenegro, surrounded upon all sides by powerful enemies. Most of us know the history of Robin Hood and his merry men, how they were outlawed by the powerful barons who, in the Lionheart's absence, took upon themselves to oppress the weak, and how desperately hard, but in vain, these feudal lords tried to kill brave Robin and his sturdy band. Montenegro, to speak figuratively, is the Robin Hood of Europe, a dauntless champion of liberty that, with freedom's clarion cry ever on the lips, has for hundreds of years stood facing fearful odds, fearless of men, fearing God alone. Meanwhile her valiant sons, with all the fierceness of their nature, have fought for their very lives, the might of the most powerful armies in the world failing to quench their matchless courage or to break down their unwearied defense. Montenegro is hemmed in by Albania, Turkey, Novi Pazar, Turkey, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Dalmatia. Some of these are hard names to remember, but then this is a hard land, inhabited by a hardy people. Only a very little of Montenegro fringes the sea, for both Turkey and Austria are extremely jealous of this tiny kingdom, and, if they could, they would shut her in altogether. Imagine, if you can, a land consisting almost entirely of naked rock, of enormous waves of jagged mountains stretching as far as eye can reach, and composed of gray limestone, here and there broken by vast valleys that look for all the world like the craters of extinct volcanoes. We gazed as though upon a dead world, for the glaring sunlight, pouring relentlessly down and with overwhelming force, reveals only a stricken desert. In this panorama of indescribable vistas, the mountain barriers extend, fold upon fold and crest upon crest, until in appearance they sink in the embrace of cruel and savage Albania, while to the stranger, one who for the first time views their wild and unsurpassable grandeur, the idea uppermost in his mind is that nature has here striven to portray in stone commotion and chaos linked. On the occasion of my first ride through Montenegro, I could scarcely believe that people existed amid such desolation. Slowly our horses picked their toilsome way, following a rugged path that pursues its perilous course among the towering pinnacles of gray rock, and skirts precipices where a hasty movement or a false step would mean certain death and destruction. My companion was a Montenegrin gentleman who, with true courtesy and the chivalry of his race, had volunteered to act as guide. He wore the native dress, the most gorgeous and picturesque in the world. It consists of a coat of fine dark blue cloth, hanging from shoulder to knee, open at the front to display a handsome red waistcoat heavily embroidered with gold braid, with baggy blue trousers to the knees, and high riding boots of Russian leather. Encircling the waist is a rich silk scarf of considerable value, in which is stuck a business-like looking revolver loaded in every chamber. Upon the head is worn the kara, or small round Montenegrin hat, embroidered with symbolic designs. Carefully we wended our way, and, if not my companion, certainly I was impressed by the solemn stillness that broods over this mountainous waste. As far as eye could scan there was no sign whatever of human habitation. The ground, too, was one confused mass of gaping fissures of the ever monotonous gray rock. Not a particle of water, nor even trace of moisture, neither earth nor soil, just here and there green bushes that cast a welcome shade, yet that grew out of the very rock itself. My companion informed me that we were approaching a small hamlet boasting only of 4 houses, yet although following the direction of his hand, I strained my eyes in vain. Nothing but bleak, bare rocks did these mountains appear to be. Then, as if by magic, 4 cottages seemed to spring into existence. Vastly amazed, I rubbed my eyes to make sure I was not dreaming. I could have positively sworn they were not there a moment before, and now they stood out distinctly and but a short distance away. Presently I understood the explanation for all this. The cottages are built of the same rock as their surroundings, and just as the stripes on a tiger or the spots on a leopard hide their owner's presence among jungle grass and shrub, so do these stone huts at comparatively a short distance become merged in their surroundings. As we neared the first cottage, for it was little more, being merely 1 story high and roofed with slabs of gray stone, the door swung open, and a magnificent figure of a man appeared, bearing a tray upon which a bottle jingled against 2 thick glasses. The man was dressed in similar fashion to my companion, save, being poor, his clothes were of coarser material, although of equally brilliant colors. In his belt was stuck the ever-present revolver, together with a silver-handled knife. His hair was snow white, and his mustache reached almost to his chest, forming a strong contrast with his weather-beaten face, tanned to a dull brown by long exposure. Though over 60 years of age, he stood as stiff and as straight as a ramrod, and his walk had in it the spring of lusty youth. His height was close upon 6 feet 4 inches, a giant we would think him at home here, but then in Montenegro you never meet a man under 6 foot, while men of 6 foot 7 and 8 inches are by no means uncommon. At that moment the warrior was joined by his son, who topped his sire by a full inch, and as I looked at them both I thought I had never seen a finer pair of men, yet they were only typical examples of their countrymen. The refreshment that was offered was for myself, for in their simple creed a stranger to the land is a guest to be honored and feasted, to be made free of their houses, given the best bed and the last crust or drop of water. To such an extent is this hospitality carried that in the event of a sudden attack by the Turks, every man in the village will, if the necessity arise, freely give his life in defense of his guests. We drank a little schnapps, or white brandy, that coursed down my throat like liquid fire, causing tears of agony to run over my cheeks. I was more careful afterwards, for these warriors seemed to possess throats of tanned leather, and could probably drink vitriol without turning a hair. Both in appearance and speech our host comported himself like a country gentleman, and it was hard to realize that he and his people were upon the verge of starvation. In the dark shadows of the cottages we could discern the retiring figures of the women, for women in Montenegro do not mix upon equal terms with their menfolk. I gazed around to discover the means by which this tiny community kept themselves alive, and perceived that a hollow had been scooped out of the rock and filled with soil. My companion told me afterwards that each bucketful of earth had been carried many weary miles. A few stalks of Indian corn provided the necessary nourishment, while half a dozen unhappy-looking goats nibbled any straggling blades of grass that had succeeded in rising above ground. Poverty in Montenegro is no disgrace, since from the king downward all are poor. Money and position count for little, honor and bravery are alone esteemed. Provided a man to be a hero, naught else matters, and, as I confidently hope to prove to you later on, Montenegro can incontestably claim that she has reared a Spartan race of men that are indeed true heroes, comparable in all points with the paladins of old. We bade good-bye to our hospitable hosts and resumed our journey into the wilderness. Turning in my saddle, I looked back. The houses had vanished, absorbed by their bleak surroundings. Only the brilliant blue and green coats of our friends radiated in the sunshine. I saw the elder man raise his right arm, and 2 puffs of smoke spurted forth, followed the next moment by the sound of the shots. My companion and I pulled out our revolvers and returned the salute. It was merely the Montenegrin way of bidding good-bye and of speeding the parting guest. End of Chapter 1 of Montenegro, A Land of Warriors.
The Mysterious Stranger by Mark Twain. First chapter, collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner, located in Ballyclare, County Antrim, Northern Ireland. The Mysterious Stranger. Chapter 1. It was in 1590, winter. Austria was far away from the world and asleep. It was still the Middle Ages in Austria, and promised to remain so forever. Some even set it away back centuries upon centuries and said that by the mental and spiritual clock it was still the edge of belief in Austria. But they meant it as a compliment, not a slur, and it was so taken, and we were all proud of it. I remember it well, although I was only a boy, and I remember too the pleasure it gave me. Yes, Austria was far from the world and asleep, and our village was in the middle of that sleep, being in the middle of Austria. It drowsed in peace. in the deep privacy of a hilly and woodsy solitude where news from the world hardly ever came to disturb its dreams, Anne was infinitely content. As its front flowed the tranquil river, its surface painted with cloud forms and the reflections of drifting arcs and stone boats. Behind it rose the woody steps to the base of the lofty precipice. From the top of the precipice frowned a vast castle, its long stretch of towers and bastions mailed in vines. Beyond the river, a league to the left, was a tumbled expanse of forest-clothed hills, cloven by winding gorges where the sun never penetrated, and to the right a precipice overlooked the river, and between it and the hills just spoken of lay a far-reaching plain dotted with little homesteads nested among orchards and shade trees. The whole region for leagues around was the hereditary property of a prince, whose servants kept the castle always in perfect condition for occupancy, but neither he nor his family came there oftener than once in 5 years. When they came, it was as if the Lord of the world had arrived, and had brought all the glories of its kingdoms along, and when they went they left a calm behind, which was like the deep sleep which follows an orgy. Eseldorf was a paradise for us boys. We were not overmuch pestered with schooling. Mainly we were trained to be good Christians, to revere the Virgin, the Church, and the saints above everything. Beyond these matters we were not required to know much, and in fact not allowed to. Knowledge was too good for the common people, and could make them discontented with the lot which God had appointed for them, and God would not endure discontentment with his plans. We had 2 priests. One of them, Father Adolf, was a very zealous and strenuous priest, much considered. There may have been better priests in some ways than Father Adolf, but there was never one in our commune who was held in more solemn and awful respect. This was because he had absolutely no fear of the devil. He was the only Christian I have ever known of whom that could be truly said. People stood in deep dread of him on that account, for they thought that there must be something supernatural about him, else he could not be so bold and so confident. All men speak in bitter disapproval of the devil, but they do it reverently, not flippantly. But Father Adolf's way was very different. He called him by every name he could lay his tongue to, and made everyone shudder that heard him. And often he would even speak of him scornfully and scoffingly. Then the people crossed themselves and went quickly out of his presence, fearing that something fearful might happen. Father Adolf had actually met Satan face to face more than once, and defied him. This was known to be so. Father Adolf said it himself. He never made any secret of it, but spoke it right out, and that he was speaking true there was proof in at least one instance, for on that account he quarrelled with the enemy, and trepidly threw his bottle at him, and there upon the wall of his study was the ruddy splotch where it stuck and broke. But it was Father Pete, the other priest, that we all loved best, and were sorriest for. Some people charged him with talking around in conversation that God was all goodness and would find a way to save all his poor human children. It was a horrible thing to say, but there was never any absolute proof that Father Pete said it, and it was out of character for him to say it too, for he was always good and gentle and truthful. He wasn't charged with saying it in the pulpit where all the congregation could hear and testify, but only outside in talk. And it is easy for enemies to manufacture that. Father Pete had an enemy, and a very powerful one, the astrologer who lived in the tumbled old tower up the valley, and put in his night studying the stars. Everyone knew he could foretell wars and famines, though that was not so hard, for there was always a war, and generally a famine somewhere. But he could also read any man's life through the stars in a big book he had, and find lost property, and everyone in the village except Father Pete stood in awe of him. Even Father Adolf, who had defied the devil, had a wholesome respect for the astrologer when he came through our village wearing his tall pointed hat and his long flowing robe with stars on it, carrying his big book and a staff which was known to have magic power. The bishop himself sometimes listened to the astrologer, it was said, for besides studying the stars and prophesying, the astrologer made a great show of piety, which would impress the bishop, of course. But Father Peter took no stock in the astrologer. He denounced him openly as a charlatan, a fraud with no valuable knowledge of any kind, or powers beyond those of any ordinary and rather inferior human being, which naturally made the astrologer hate Father Pete and wish to ruin him. It was the astrologer, as we all believed, who originated the story about Father Pete's shocking remark and carried it to the bishop. It was said that Father Pete had made the remark to his niece, Margaret, though Margaret denied it and implored the bishop to believe her and spare her old uncle from poverty and disgrace. But the bishop wouldn't listen. He suspended Father Pete indefinitely, though he wouldn't go so far as to excommunicate him on the evidence of only one witness. And now Father Pete had been out a couple of years, and our other priest, Father Adolf, had his flock. Those had been hard years for the old priest and Margaret. They had been favourites, but of course that changed when they came under the shadow of the bishop's frown. Many of their friends fell away entirely, and the rest became cool and distant. Margaret was a lovely girl of 18 when the trouble came, and she had the best head in the village and the most in it. She taught the harp and earned all her clothes and pocket money by her own industry, but her scholars fell off one by one now. She was forgotten when there were dances and parties among the youth of the village. The young fellows stopped coming to the house, all except Wilhelm Meidling, and he could have been spared. She and her uncle were sad and forlorn in their neglect and disgrace, and the sunshine was gone out of their lives. Matters went worse and worse all through the 2 years. Clothes were wearing out, bread was harder and harder to get, and now at last the very end was come. Solomon Isaacs had lent all the money he was willing to put on the house, and gave notice that tomorrow he would foreclose. End of chapter 1 of The Mysterious Stranger.
Niebla por Miguel de Unamuno. First Chapter Collection 7. Esta es una grabación de LibriVox. Todas las grabaciones de LibriVox están en el dominio público. Para más información o para ser voluntario, por favor visite LibriVox.org. Grabado por Varonesa, de Lima, Perú. Niebla, por Miguel de Unamuno. 1. Al aparecer Augusto a la puerta de su casa, extendió el brazo derecho con la mano palma abajo y abierta, y dirigiendo los ojos al cielo, quedóse un momento parado en esta actitud estatuaria y augusta. No era que tomaba posesión del mundo exterior, sino era que observaba si llovía, y al recibir en el dorso de la mano el frescor del lento orvallo, frunció el sobrecejo. Y no era tampoco que le molestase la llovizna, sino el tener que abrir el paraguas. Estaba tan elegante, tan esbelto, plegado y dentro de su funda. Un paraguas cerrado es tan elegante como es feo un paraguas abierto. Es una desgracia esto de tener que servirse uno de las cosas, pensó Augusto. Tener que usarlas. El uso estropea y hasta destruye toda belleza. La función más noble de los objetos es la de ser contemplados. ¡Qué bella es una naranja antes de comida! Esto cambiará en el cielo, cuando todo nuestro oficio se reduzca, o más bien se ensanche, a contemplar a Dios y todas las cosas en Él. Aquí, en esta pobre vida, no nos cuidamos sino de servirnos de Dios. Pretendemos abrirlo como un paraguas para que nos proteja de toda suerte de males. Dijóse así y se agachó a recogerse los pantalones. Abrió el paraguas por fin y se quedó un momento suspenso y pensando. ¿Y ahora hacia dónde voy? ¿Tiro a la derecha o a la izquierda? Porque Augusto no era un caminante, sino un paseante de la vida. Esperaré a que pase un perro, se dijo, y tomaré la dirección inicial que él tome. En esto pasó por la calle no un perro, sino una garrida moza, y tras de sus ojos se fue, como imantado y sin darse de ello cuenta, Augusto. Y así una calle y otra y otra. Pero aquel chiquillo, iba diciéndose Augusto, que más bien que pensaba, hablaba consigo mismo. ¿Qué hará allí tirado de bruces en el suelo? Contemplar alguna hormiga de seguro. La hormiga. ¡Bah! Uno de los animales más hipócritas. Apenas hace sino pasearse y hacernos creer que trabaja. Es como ese gandul que va ahí a paso de carga, codeando a todos aquellos con quienes se cruza, y no me cabe duda de que no tiene nada que hacer. ¿Qué ha de tener que hacer, hombre? ¿Qué ha de tener que hacer? Es un vago como... No, yo no soy un vago. Mi imaginación no descansa. Los vagos son ellos, los que dicen que trabajan y no hacen sino aturdirse y ahogar el pensamiento. Porque... Vamos a ver, ese mamarracho de chocolatero que se pone ahí, detrás de esa vidriera, a darle el rollo majadero para que le veamos, ¿es exhibicionista del trabajo? ¿Qué es sino un vago? Y a nosotros, ¿qué nos importa que trabaje o no? El trabajo, hipocresía. Para trabajo, el de ese pobre paralítico que va ahí medio arrastrándose. Pero ¿y qué sé yo? Perdón, hermano. Esto se lo dijo en voz alta. ¿Hermano? ¿Hermano en qué? En parálisis. Dicen que todos somos hijos de Adán. ¿Y Joaquinito, es también hijo de Adán? Adiós, Joaquín. Vaya, ya tenemos el inevitable automóvil ruido y polvo. ¿Y qué se adelanta con suprimir así distancias? La manía de viajar viene de topofobia y no de filotopia. El que viaja mucho va huyendo de cada lugar que deja y no buscando cada lugar a que llega. Viajar, qué chisme más molesto es el paraguas. Calla, ¿qué es esto? Y se detuvo a la puerta de una casa donde había entrado la garrida moza que le llevara imantado tras de sus ojos. Y entonces se dio cuenta Augusto de que le había venido siguiendo. La portera de la casa le miraba con ojillos maliciosos. Y aquella mirada le sugirió a Augusto lo que entonces debía hacer. Esta cerbera aguarda, se dijo, que le pregunto por el nombre y circunstancias de esta señorita a que he venido siguiendo, y ciertamente esto es lo que procede ahora. Otra cosa sería dejar mi seguimiento sin coronación, y eso no. Las obras deben acabarse. Odio lo imperfecto. Metió la mano al bolsillo y no encontró en él sino un duro. No era cosa de ir entonces a cambiarlo, se perdería tiempo y ocasión en ello. Dígame, buena mujer, interpeló la portera sin sacar el índice y el pulgar del bolsillo. ¿Podría decirme aquí, en confianza y para internos, el nombre de esta señorita que acaba de entrar? Eso no es ningún secreto ni nada malo, caballero. Por lo mismo. Pues se llama doña Eugenia Domingo del Arco. ¿Domingo? Será Dominga. No, señor, Domingo. Domingo es su primer apellido. Pues cuando se trata de mujeres, ese apellido debía cambiarse en Dominga. Y si no, ¿dónde está la concordancia? No la conozco, señor. Y dígame, sin sacar los dedos del bolsillo, ¿cómo es que sale así sola? ¿Es soltera o casada? ¿Tiene padres? Es soltera y huérfana. Vive con unos tíos. ¿Paternos o maternos? Solo sé que son tíos. Basta y aún sobra. Se dedica a dar lecciones de piano. ¿Y le toca bien? Yo tanto no sé. Bueno, bien, basta, y tome por la molestia. Gracias, señor, gracias. ¿Se le ofrece algo más? ¿Puedo servirle en algo? ¿Desea le lleve algún mandado? Tal vez. No por ahora. Adiós. Disponga de mi caballero y cuente con una absoluta discreción. Pues, señor, iba diciéndose Augusto al separarse de la portera, ve aquí cómo he quedado comprometido con esta buena mujer, porque ahora no puedo dignamente dejarlo así. ¿Qué dirá sino de mí este dechado de porteras? Con que Eugenia Domingo, del Arco. Muy bien, voy a apuntarlo, no sea que se me olvide. No hay más arte mnemotécnica que llevar un libro de memorias en el bolsillo. Ya lo decía mi inolvidable don Leoncio, no metáis en la cabeza lo que os quepa en el bolsillo, a lo que habría que añadir por complemento, no metáis en el bolsillo lo que os quepa en la cabeza. Y la portera... ¿Cómo se llama la portera? Volvió unos pasos atrás. Dígame una cosa, buena mujer. Usted mande. ¿Y usted cómo se llama? Yo, Margarita. Muy bien, gracias. No hay de qué. Y volvió a marcharse Augusto, encontrándose al poco rato en el paseo de la Alameda. Había cesado la llovizna, cerró y plegó sus paraguas y lo infundó. Acercóse a un banco y al palparlo se encontró con que estaba húmedo. Sacó un periódico, lo colocó sobre el banco y sentóse. Luego su cartera y blandió su pluma estilográfica. He aquí un chisme utilísimo, se dijo. De otro modo tendría que apuntar con lápiz el nombre de esa señorita y podría borrarse. ¿Se borrará su imagen de mi memoria? Pero, ¿cómo es? ¿Cómo es la dulce Eugenia? Solo me acuerdo de unos ojos. Tengo la sensación del toque de unos ojos. Mientras yo divagaba líricamente, unos ojos tiraban dulcemente de mi corazón. Veamos. Eugenia Domingo. Sí, Domingo, del Arco. Domingo. No me acostumbro a eso de que se llame Domingo. No, he de hacerle cambiar el apellido y que se llame Dominga. Pero, ¿y nuestros hijos varones? ¿Habrán de llevar por segundo apellido el de Dominga? ¿Y cómo han de suprimir el mío, este impertinente Pérez, dejándolo en una P? ¿Se ha de llamar nuestro primogénito Augusto P. Dominga? Pero ¿a dónde me llevas, loca fantasía? Y apuntó en su cartera Eugenia Domingo del Arco, Avenida de la Alameda, 58. Encima de esta apuntación había estos dos endecasílabos. De la cuna nos viene la tristeza y también de la cuna la alegría. Vaya, se dijo Augusto, esta Eugenita, la profesora de piano, me ha cortado un excelente principio de poesía lírica trascendental. Me queda interrumpida. ¿Interrumpida? Sí, el hombre no hace sino buscar en los sucesos, en las vicisitudes de la suerte, alimento para su tristeza o su alegría nativas. Un mismo caso es triste o alegre según nuestra disposición innata. ¿Y Eugenia? Tengo que escribirle, pero no desde aquí, sino desde casa. ¿Iré más bien al casino? No, a casa. Estas cosas desde casa, desde el hogar. ¿Hogar? Mi casa no es hogar. ¿Hogar? Cenicero, más bien. ¡Ay, mi Eugenia! Y se volvió Augusto a su casa. Fin del primer capítulo de Niebla por Miguel de Unamuno. Grabado por Varonesa, de Lima, Perú.
North and South by Mrs. Gaskell. First Chapter Collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grace Buchanan. North and South, Chapter 1. Haste to the Wedding. Wooed and married and all. "Edith," said Margaret, gently. "Edith." But as Margaret half suspected, Edith had fallen asleep. She lay curled up on the sofa in the back drawing-room in Harley Street, looking very lovely in her white muslin and blue ribbons. If Titania had ever been dressed in white muslin and blue ribbons, and had fallen asleep on a crimson damask sofa in a back drawing-room, Edith might have been taken for her. Margaret was struck afresh by her cousin's beauty. They had grown up together from childhood, and all along Edith had been remarked upon by everyone except Margaret for her prettiness, but Margaret had never thought about it until the last few days, when the prospect of soon losing her companion seemed to give force to every sweet quality and charm which Edith possessed. They had been talking about wedding dresses and wedding ceremonies and Captain Lennox and what he had told Edith about her future at Corfu, where his regiment was stationed, and the difficulty of keeping a piano in good tune. A difficulty which Edith seemed to consider as one of the most formidable that could befall her in her married life. And what gowns she should want in the visits to Scotland which would immediately succeed her marriage. But the whispered tone had latterly become more drowsy, and Margaret, after a pause of a few minutes, found, as she fancied, that in spite of the buzz in the next room, Edith had rolled herself up into a soft ball of muslin and ribbon and silken curls, and gone off into a peaceful little after-dinner nap. Margaret had been on the point of telling her cousin of some of the plans and visions which she had entertained as to her future life in the country parsonage where her father and mother lived, and where her bright holidays had always been passed, though for the last 10 years her Aunt Shaw's house had been considered as her home. But in default of a listener, she had to brood over the change in her life, silently as heretofore. It was a happy brooding, although tinged with regret at being separated for an indefinite time from her gentle aunt and dear cousin. As she thought of the delight of filling the important post of only daughter in Helstone Parsonage, pieces of the conversation out of the next room came upon her ears. Her Aunt Shaw was talking to the 5 or 6 ladies who had been dining there, and whose husbands were still in the dining-room. They were the familiar acquaintances of the house, neighbors whom Mrs. Shaw called friends because she happened to dine with them more frequently than with any other people, and because if she or Edith wanted anything from them, or they from her, they did not scruple to make a call at each other's houses before luncheon. These ladies and their husbands were invited in their capacity of friends to eat a farewell dinner in honor of Edith's approaching marriage. Edith had rather objected to this arrangement, for Captain Lennox was expected to arrive by a late train this very evening. But though she was a spoiled child, she was too careless and idle to have a very strong will of her own, and gave way when she found that her mother had absolutely ordered those extra delicacies of the season which are always supposed to be efficacious against immoderate grief at farewell dinners. She contented herself by leaning back in her chair, merely playing with the food on her plate and looking grave and absent, while all around her were enjoying the mots of Mr. Gray, the gentleman who always took the bottom of the table at Mrs. Shaw's dinner parties, and asked Edith to give them some music in the drawing-room. Mr. Gray was particularly agreeable over this farewell dinner, and the gentlemen stayed downstairs longer than usual. It was very well they did, to judge from the fragments of conversation which Margaret overheard. I suffered too much myself. Not that I was not extremely happy with the poor dear General, but still disparity of age is a drawback, one that I was resolved Edith should not have to encounter. Of course, without any maternal partiality, I foresaw that the dear child was likely to marry early. Indeed, I had often said that I was sure she would be married before she was 19. I had quite prophetic feeling when Captain Lennox—" And here the voice dropped into a whisper, but Margaret could easily supply the blank. The course of true love in Edith's case had run remarkably smooth. Mrs. Shaw had given way to the presentiment, as she expressed it, and had rather urged on the marriage, although it was below the expectations which many of Edith's acquaintances had formed for her, a young and pretty heiress. But Mrs. Shaw said that her only child should marry for love, and sighed emphatically as if love had not been her motive for marrying the general. Mrs. Shaw enjoyed the romance of the present engagement rather more than her daughter. Not but that Edith was very thoroughly and properly in love. Still, she would certainly have preferred a good house in Belgravia to all the picturesqueness of the life which Captain Lennox described in Corfu. The very parts which made Margaret glow as she listened, Edith pretended to shiver and shudder at, partly for the pleasure she had in being coaxed out of her dislike by her fond lover, and partly because anything of a gypsy or makeshift life was really distasteful to her. Yet, had anyone come with a fine house and a fine estate and a fine title to boot, Edith would still have clung to Captain Lennox while the temptation lasted. When it was over, it is possible she might have had little qualms of ill-concealed regret that Captain Lennox could not have united in his person everything that was desirable. In this she was but her mother's child, who, after deliberately marrying General Shaw, with no warmer feeling than respect for his character and establishment, was constantly, though quietly, bemoaning her hard lot in being united to one whom she could not love. "I have spared no expense in her trousseau," were the next words Margaret heard. "She has all the beautiful Indian shawls and scarves the General gave to me, but which I shall never wear again." "She is a lucky girl," replied another voice, which Margaret knew to be that of Mrs. Gibson, a lady who was taking a double interest in the conversation, from the fact of one of her daughters having been married within the last few weeks. Helen had set her heart upon an Indian shawl, but really when I found what an extravagant price was asked, I was obliged to refuse her. She will be quite envious when she hears of Edith having Indian shawls. What kind are they? Delhi, with the lovely little borders? Margaret heard her aunt's voice again, but this time it was as if she had raised herself up from her half-recumbent position and were looking into the more dimly lighted back room. "Edith? Edith?" cried she, and then she sank as if wearied by the exertion. Margaret stepped forward. "Edith is asleep, Aunt Shaw. Is it anything I can do?" All the ladies said, "Poor child," on receiving this distressing intelligence about Edith, and the minute lapdog in Mrs. Shaw's arms began to bark as if excited by the burst of pity. "Hush, Tiny, you naughty little girl. You will waken your mistress." It was only to ask Edith if she would tell Newton to bring down her shawls. "Perhaps you would go, Margaret, dear?" Margaret went up into the old nursery at the very top of the house, where Newton was busy getting up some laces which were required for the wedding. While Newton went, not without a muttered grumbling, to undo the shawls which had already been exhibited 4 or 5 times that day, Margaret looked round upon the nursery. The first room in that house with which she had become familiar 9 years ago, when she was brought all untamed from the forest, to share the home, the play, and the lessons of her cousin Edith. She remembered the dark, dim look of the London nursery, presided over by an austere and ceremonious nurse who was terribly particular about clean hands and torn frocks. She recollected the first tea up there, separate from her father and aunt who were dining somewhere down below, an infinite depth of stairs. For unless she were up in the sky, the child thought, they must be deep down in the bowels of the earth. At home, before she came to live in Harley Street, her mother's dressing room had been her nursery. And as they kept early hours in the country parsonage, Margaret had always had her meals with her father and mother. Oh, well did the tall, stately girl of 18 remember the tears shed with such wild passion of grief by the little girl of 9, as she hid her face under the bedclothes in that first night, and how she was bidden not to cry by the nurse because it would disturb Miss Edith, and how she had cried as bitterly, but more quietly, till her newly seen grand pretty aunt had come softly upstairs with Mr. Hale to show him his little sleeping daughter. Then little Margaret had hushed her sobs and tried to lie quiet as if asleep, for fear of making her father unhappy by her grief, which she dared not express before her aunt, and which she rather thought it was wrong to feel at all, after the long hoping and planning and contriving they had gone through at home, before her wardrobe could be arranged to suit her grander circumstances, and before Papa could leave his parish to come up to London even for a few days. Now she had got to love the old nursery, though it was but a dismantled place, and she looked all round with a kind of cat-like regret at the idea of leaving it forever in 3 days. "Ah, Newton," said she, "I think we shall all be sorry to leave this dear old room." "Indeed, miss, I shan't for one. My eyes are not so good as they were, and the light here is so bad that I can't see to mend laces except just at the window, where there is always a shocking draught, enough to give one one's death of cold." "Well, I dare say you will have both good light and plenty of warmth at Naples. You must keep as much of your darning as you can till then. Thank you, Newton. I can take them down. You're busy." So Margaret went down, laden with shawls, and snuffing up their spicy eastern smell. Her aunt asked her to stand as a sort of lay figure on which to display them, as Edith was still asleep. No one thought about it. But Margaret's tall, finely made figure in the black silk dress, which she was wearing as mourning for some distant relative of her father's, set off the long, beautiful folds of the gorgeous shawls that would have half smothered Edith. Margaret stood right under the chandelier, quite silent and passive, while her aunt adjusted the draperies. Occasionally, as she was turned round, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror over the chimney-piece, and smiled at her own appearance there. The familiar features in the usual garb of a princess. She touched the shawls gently as they hung around her, and took a pleasure in their soft feel and their brilliant colors, and rather liked to be dressed in such splendor, enjoying it as much as a child would do, with a quiet, pleased smile on her lips. Just then the door opened, and Mr. Henry Lennox was suddenly announced. Some of the ladies started back as if half ashamed of their feminine interest in dress. Mrs. Shaw held out her hand to the newcomer. Margaret stood perfectly still, thinking she might yet be wanted as a sort of block for the shawls. But looking at Mr. Lennox, with a bright, amused face, as if sure of his sympathy and her sense of the ludicrousness at being thus surprised, her aunt was so much absorbed in asking Mr. Henry Lennox, who had not been able to come to dinner, all sorts of questions about his brother the bridegroom, his sister the bridesmaid coming with the captain from Scotland for the occasion, and various other members of the Lennox family, that Margaret saw she was no more wanted as shawl-bearer. and devoted herself to the amusement of the other visitors whom her aunt had for the moment forgotten. Almost immediately Edith came in from the back drawing-room, winking and blinking her eyes at the stronger light, shaking back her slightly ruffled curls, and altogether looking like the sleeping beauty just startled from her dreams. Even in her slumber she had instinctively felt that a Lennox was worth rousing herself for, and she had a multitude of questions to ask about dear Janet, the future unseen sister-in-law, for whom she professed so much affection that if Margaret had not been very proud, she might have almost felt jealous of the mushroom rival. As Margaret sank rather more into the background on her aunt's joining the conversation, she saw Henry Lennox directing his look towards a vacant seat near her, and she knew perfectly well that as soon as Edith released him from her questioning, he would take possession of that chair. She had not been quite sure, from her aunt's rather confused account of his engagements, whether he would come that night. It was almost a surprise to see him, and now she was sure of a pleasant evening. He liked and disliked pretty nearly the same things that she did. Margaret's face was lightened up into an honest, open brightness. By and by he came. She received him with a smile which had not a tinge of shyness or self-consciousness in it. "Well, I suppose you are all in the depth of business? Ladies' business, I mean. Very different to my business, which is the real true law business. Playing with shawls is very different work to drawing up settlements." Ah, I knew how you would be amused to find us all so occupied in admiring finery. But really, Indian shawls are very perfect things of their kind. I have no doubt they are. Their prices are very perfect, too. Nothing wanting. The gentlemen came dropping in one by one, and the buzz and noise deepened in tone. "This is your last dinner party, is it not? There are no more before Thursday?" "No, I think after this evening we shall feel at rest, which I am sure I have not done for many weeks. At least that kind of rest when the hands have nothing more to do, and all the arrangements are complete for an event which must occupy one's head and heart. I shall be glad to have time to think, and I am sure Edith will. I am not so sure about her, but I can fancy that you will. Whenever I have seen you lately, you have been carried away by a whirlwind of some other person's making." "Yes," said Margaret rather sadly, remembering the never-ending commotion about trifles that had been going on for more than a month past. "I wonder if a marriage must always be preceded by what you call a whirlwind, or whether in some cases there might not rather be a calm and peaceful time just before it. Cinderella's godmother ordering the trousseau, the wedding breakfast, writing the notes of invitation, for instance," said Mr. Lennox, laughing. "But are all these quite necessary troubles?" asked Margaret, looking up straight at him for an answer. A sense of indescribable weariness of all the arrangements for a pretty effect, in which Edith had been busied as supreme authority for the last 6 weeks, oppressed her just now. And she really wanted someone to help her to a few pleasant, quiet ideas connected with a marriage. "Oh, of course," he replied with a change to gravity in his tone. "There are forms and ceremonies to be got through, not so much to satisfy oneself as to stop the world's mouth, without which stoppage there would be very little satisfaction in life. But how would you have a wedding arranged?" "Oh, I have never thought much about it. Only that I should like it to be a very fine summer morning, and I should like to walk to church through the shade of trees, and not to have so many bridesmaids, and to have no wedding breakfast. I dare say I am resolved against the very things that have given me the most trouble just now." "No, I don't think you are. The idea of stated simplicity accords well with your character." Margaret did not quite like this speech. She winced away from it more from remembering former occasions on which he had tried to lead her into a discussion, in which he took the complimentary part, about her own character and ways of going on. She cut his speech rather short by saying, "It is natural for me to think of Helstone Church and the walk to it, rather than of driving up to a London church in the middle of a paved street." "Tell me about Helstone. You have never described it to me. I should like to have some idea of the place you will be living in. 196 Harley Street will be looking dingy and dirty and dull and shut up. Is Helstone a village or a town in the first place?" "Oh, only a hamlet. I don't think I could call it a village at all. There is the church and a few houses near it on the green. Cottages, rather, with roses growing all over them." "And flowering all the year round, especially at Christmas. Make your picture complete," said he. "No," replied Margaret, somewhat annoyed. "I am not making a picture. I am trying to describe Helstone as it really is. You should not have said that." "I am penitent," he answered. "Only it really sounded like a village in a tale rather than in real life." "And so it is," replied Margaret eagerly. "All the other places in England that I have seen seem so hard and prosaic looking after the New Forest. Helstone is like a village in a poem, in one of Tennyson's poems. But I won't try and describe it any more. You would only laugh at me if I told you what I think of it, what it really is." "Indeed I would not. But I see you are going to be very resolved. Well, then, tell me that which I should like still better to know, what the parsonage is like." "Oh, I can't describe my home. It is home, and I can't put its charm into words." "I submit. You are rather severe tonight, Margaret." "How?" said she, turning her large soft eyes round full upon him. "I did not know I was." "Why, because I made an unlucky remark. You will neither tell me what Helstone is like, nor will you say anything about your home, though I have told you how much I want to hear about both, the latter especially." "But indeed I cannot tell you about my own home. I don't quite think it is a thing to be talked about, unless you knew it." "Well, then," pausing for a moment, "tell me what you do there. Here you read or have lessons or otherwise improve your mind till the middle of the day, take a walk before lunch, go a drive with your aunt after, and have some engagement in the evening. There now, fill up your day at Helstone. Shall you ride, drive, or walk?" "Walk, decidedly. We have no horse, not even for Papa. He walks to the very extremity of his parish. The walks are so beautiful. It would be a shame to drive, almost a shame to ride." "Shall you garden much? That, I believe, is a proper employment for young ladies in the country." "I don't know. I am afraid I shan't like such hard work." "Archery parties, picnics, race balls, hunt balls?" "Oh, no," said she, laughing. "Papa's living is very small, and even if we were near such things, I doubt if I should go to them." "I see. You won't tell me anything. You will only tell me that you are not going to do this and that. Before the vacation ends, I think I shall pay you a call and see what you really do employ yourself in." "I hope you will. Then you will see for yourself how beautiful Helstone is. Now I must go. Edith is sitting down to play, and I know just enough of music to turn over the leaves for her. And besides, Aunt Shaw won't like us to talk." Edith played brilliantly. In the middle of the piece, the door half opened, and Edith saw Captain Lennox hesitating whether to come in. She threw down her music and rushed out of the room, leaving Margaret standing confused and blushing to explain to the astonished guests what vision had shown itself to cause Edith's sudden flight. Captain Lennox had come earlier than was expected, or was it really so late? They looked at their watches, were duly shocked, and took their leave. Then Edith came back, glowing with pleasure, half shyly, half proudly leading in her tall, handsome captain. His brother shook hands with him, and Mrs. Shaw welcomed him in her gentle, kindly way, which had always something plaintive in it, arising from the old habit of considering herself a victim to an uncongenial marriage. Now that, the general being gone, she had every good of life with as few drawbacks as possible, she had been rather perplexed to find an anxiety, if not a sorrow. She had, however, of late settled upon her own health as a sort of apprehension. She had a nervous little cough whenever she thought about it, and some complacent doctor ordered her just what she desired, a winter in Italy. Mrs. Shaw had as strong wishes as most people, but she never liked to do anything from the open and acknowledged motive of her own good will and pleasure. She preferred being compelled to gratify herself by some other person's command or desire. She really did persuade herself that she was submitting to some hard external necessity, and thus she was able to moan and complain in her soft manner all the time she was in reality doing just what she liked. It was in this way she began to speak of her own journey to Captain Lennox, who assented as in duty bound to all his future mother-in-law said, while his eyes sought Edith, who was busying herself in rearranging the tea-table and ordering up all sorts of good things, in spite of his assurances that he had dined within the last 2 hours. Mr. Henry Lennox stood leaning against the chimney-piece, amused with the family scene. He was close by his handsome brother. He was the plain one in a singularly good-looking family, but his face was intelligent, keen, and mobile, and now and then Margaret wondered what it was that he could be thinking about while he kept his silence, but was evidently observing, with an interest that was slightly sarcastic, all that Edith and she were doing. The sarcastic feeling was called out by Mrs. Shaw's conversation with his brother. It was separate from the interest which was excited by what he saw. He thought it was a pretty sight to see the 2 cousins so busy in their little arrangements about the table. Edith chose to do most herself. She was in a humor to enjoy showing her lover how well she could behave as a soldier's wife. She found out that the water in the urn was cold, and ordered up the great kitchen tea-kettle, the only consequence of which was that when she met it at the door and tried to carry it in, it was too heavy for her, and she came in pouting with a black mark on her muslin gown, and a little round white hand indented by the handle, which she took to show to Captain Lennox just like a hurt child. And of course the remedy was the same in both cases. Margaret's quickly adjusted spirit lamp was the most efficacious contrivance, though not so like the gypsy enchantment which Edith, in some of her moods, chose to consider the nearest resemblance to a barrack life. After this evening, all was bustle till the wedding was over. End of Chapter 1 of North and South. Recording by Grace Buchanan. Our Androcentric Culture, or The Man-Made World, by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. First Chapter Collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grace Buchanan. Our Androcentric Culture, or the Man-Made World. 1. As to humanness. Let us begin inoffensively with sheep. The sheep is a beast with which we are all familiar, being much used in religious imagery, the common stock of painters, a staple article of diet, one of our main sources of clothing, and an everyday symbol of bashfulness and stupidity. In some grazing regions, the sheep is an object of terror, destroying grass, bush, and forest by omnipresent nibbling. On the Great Plains, sheep-keeping frequently results in insanity, owing to the loneliness of the shepherd and the monotonous appearance and behavior of the sheep. By the poet, young sheep are preferred, the lamb gambolling gaily, unless it be in hymns, where all we like sheep are repeatedly described and much stress is laid upon the straying propensities of the animal. To the scientific mind, there is special interest in the sequacity of sheep, their habit of following one another with automatic imitation. This instinct, we are told, has been developed by ages of wild, crowded racing on narrow ledges, along precipices, chasms, around sudden spurs and corners, only the leader seeing when and where and how to jump. If those behind jumped exactly as he did, they lived. If they stopped to exercise independent judgment, they were pushed off and perished, they and their judgment with them. All these things and many that are similar occur to us when we think of sheep. They are also ewes and rams. Yes, truly, but what of it? All that has been said was said of sheep, genus Ovis, that bland beast, compound of mutton, wool, and foolishness so widely known. If we think of the sheepdog and doggess, the shepherd and shepherdess, or the ferocious sheep-eating bird of New Zealand, the kea and keaess, all these herd, guard, or kill the sheep, both rams and ewes alike. In regard to mutton, to wool, to general character, we think only of their sheepishness, not at all of their ramishness or ewishness. That which is ovine or bovine, canine, feline, or equine is easily recognized as distinguishing that particular species of animal, and has no relation whatever to the sex thereof. Returning to our muttons, let us consider the ram, and wherein his character differs from the sheep. We find he has a more quarrelsome disposition. He paws the earth and makes a noise. He has a tendency to butt. So has a goat, Mr. Goat. So has Mr. Buffalo, and Mr. Moose, and Mr. Antelope. This tendency to plunge head foremost at an adversary, and to find any other gentleman an adversary on sight, evidently does not pertain to sheep, to genus Ovis, but to any male creature with horns. As function comes before organ, we may even give a reminiscent glance down the long path of evolution and see how the mere act of butting, passionately and perpetually repeated, born of the belligerent spirit of the male, produced horns. The ewe, on the other hand, exhibits love and care for her little ones, gives them milk, and tries to guard them. But so does a goat, Mrs. Goat. So does Mrs. Buffalo and the rest. Evidently, this mother instinct is no peculiarity of genus Ovis, but of any female creature. Even the bird, though not a mammal, shows the same mother love and mother care, while the father bird, though not a butter, fights with beak and wing and spur. His competition is more effective through display, the wish to please, the need to please, the overmastering necessity upon him that he secure the favor of the female has made the male bird blossom like a butterfly. He blazes in gorgeous plumage, rears haughty crests and combs, shows drooping wattles and dangling blobs, such as the turkey cock affords. Long, splendid feathers for pure ornament appear upon him. What in her is a mere tail effect becomes in him a mass of glittering drapery. Partridge cock, farmyard cock, peacock, from sparrow to ostrich, observe his mien, to strut and languish, to exhibit every beauteous lure, to sacrifice ease, comfort, speed, everything to beauty for her sake. This is the nature of the he-bird of any species. The characteristic not of the turkey but of the cock. With drumming of loud wings, with crow and quack and bursts of glorious song, he woos his mate, displays his splendors before her, fights fiercely with his rivals. To butt, to strut, to make a noise, all for love's sake. These acts are common to the male. We may now generalize and clearly state that is masculine which belongs to the male, to any or all males, irrespective of species. That is feminine which belongs to the female, to any or all females, irrespective of species. That is ovine, bovine, feline, canine, equine, or asinine, which belongs to that species irrespective of sex. In our own species, all this has changed. We have been so taken up with the phenomena of masculinity and femininity that our common humanity has largely escaped notice. We know we are human naturally, and are very proud of it, but we do not consider in what our humanness consists, nor how men and women may fall short of it, or overstep its bounds, in continual insistence upon their special differences. It is manly to do this, it is womanly to do that, but what a human being should do under the circumstances is not thought of. The only time when we do recognize what we call common humanity is in extreme cases, matters of life and death, when either man or woman is expected to behave as if they were also human creatures. Since the range of feeling and action proper to humanity as such is far wider than that proper to either sex, it seems at first somewhat remarkable that we have given it so little recognition. A little classification will help us here. We have certain qualities in common with inanimate matter, such as weight, opacity, resilience. It is clear that these are not human. We have other qualities in common with all forms of life, cellular construction, for instance, the reproduction of cells and the need of nutrition. These again are not human. We have others, many others, common to the higher mammals, which are not exclusively ours, are not distinctively human. What then are true human characteristics? In what way is the human species distinguished from all other species? Our humanness is seen most clearly in three main lines. It is mechanical, psychical, and social. Our power to make and use things is essentially human. We alone have extra-physical tools. We have added to our teeth the knife, sword, scissors, mowing machine. To our claws the spade, harrow, plow, drill, dredge. We are a protean creature, using the larger brain power through a wide variety of changing weapons. This is one of our main and vital distinctions. Ancient animal races are traced and known by mere bones and shells. Ancient human races by their buildings, tools, and utensils. That degree of development which gives us the human mind is a clear distinction of race. The savage who can count 100 is more human than the savage who can count 10. More prominent than either of these is the social nature of humanity. We are by no means the only group animal. That ancient type of industry, the ant and even the well-worn bee, are social creatures, but insects of their kind are found living alone. Human beings? Never. Our humanness begins with some low form of social relation and increases as that relation develops. Human life of any sort is dependent upon what Kropotkin calls mutual aid. And human progress keeps step absolutely with that interchange of specialized services which makes society organic. The nomad, living on cattle, as ants live on theirs, is less human than the farmer raising food by intelligently applied labor. And the extension of trade and commerce from mere village marketplaces to the world exchanges of today is extension of humanness as well. Humanity, thus considered, is not a thing made at once and unchangeable, but a stage of development, and is still, as Wells describes it, in the making. Our humanness is seen to lie not so much in what we are individually, as in our relations to one another. And even that individuality is but the result of our relations to one another. It is in what we do and how we do it, rather than in what we are. Some philosophically inclined exalt being over doing. To them, this question may be put: can you mention any form of life that merely is without doing anything? Taken separately and physically, we are animals, genus Homo. Taken socially and psychically, we are, in varying degree, human. And our real history lies in the development of this humanness. Our historic period is not very long. Real written history only goes back a few thousand years, beginning with the stone records of ancient Egypt. During this period, we have had almost universally what is here called an androcentric culture. The history, such as it was made and written by men. The mental, the mechanical, the social development was almost wholly theirs. We have so far lived and suffered and died in a man-made world. So general, so unbroken has been this condition, that to mention it arouses no more remark than the statement of a natural law. We have taken it for granted since the dawn of civilization that mankind meant mankind, and the world was theirs. Women we have sharply delimited. Women were a sex, the sex according to chivalrous toasts. They were set apart for special services peculiar to femininity. As one English scientist put it in 1888, women are not only not the race, they are not even half the race, but a subspecies told off for reproduction only. This mental attitude toward women is even more clearly expressed by Mr. H.B. Marriott Watson in his article on The American Woman in the 19th Century for June 1904, where he says, "Her constitutional restlessness has caused her to abdicate those functions which alone excuse or explain her existence." This is a peculiarly happy and condensed expression of the relative position of women during our androcentric culture. The man was accepted as the race type without one dissentient voice, and the woman, a strange, diverse creature quite disharmonious in the accepted scheme of things, was excused and explained only as a female. She has needed volumes of such excuse and explanation. Also, apparently, volumes of abuse and condemnation. In any library catalog, we may find books upon books about women. Physiological, sentimental, didactic, religious, all manner of books about women as such. Even today in the works of Marhomme, poor young Weininger, Mobius, and others, we find the same perpetual discussion of women as such. This is a book about men as such. It differentiates between the human nature and the sex nature. It will not go so far as to allege man's masculine traits to be all that excuse or explain his existence, but it will point out what are masculine traits as distinct from human ones, and what has been the effect on our human life of the unbridled dominance of one sex. We can see at once glaringly what would have been the result of giving all human affairs into female hands. Such an extraordinary and deplorable situation would have feminized the world. We should have all become effeminate. See how in our use of language the case is clearly shown? The adjectives and derivatives based on woman's distinctions are alien and derogatory when applied to human affairs. Effeminate, too female, connotes contempt, but has no masculine analog, whereas emasculate, not enough male, is a term of reproach and has no feminine analog. Virile, manly, we oppose to puerile, childish, and the very word virtue is derived from vir, a man. Even in the naming of other animals we have taken the male as the race type and put on a special termination to indicate his female, as in lion, lioness, leopard, leopardess, while all our human scheme of things rests on the same tacit assumption, man being held the human type, woman a sort of accompaniment, a subordinate assistant, merely essential to the making of people. She has held always the place of a preposition in relation to man. She has been considered above him or below him, before him, behind him, beside him, a wholly relative existence, Sidney's sister, Pembroke's mother, but never by any chance Sidney or Pembroke herself. Acting on this assumption, all human standards have been based on male characteristics. And when we wish to praise the work of a woman, we say she has a masculine mind. It is no easy matter to deny or reverse a universal assumption. The human mind has had a good many jolts since it began to think, But after each upheaval it settles down, as peacefully as the vine growers on Vesuvius, accepting the last lava crust as permanent ground. What we see immediately around us, what we are born into and grow up with, be it mental furniture or physical, we assume to be the order of nature. If a given idea has been held in the human mind for many generations, as almost all our common ideas have, it takes sincere and continued effort to remove it. And if it is one of the oldest we have in stock, one of the big, common, unquestioned world ideas, vast is the labor of those who seek to change it. Nevertheless, if the matter is one of importance, if the previous idea was a palpable error of large and evil effect, and if the new one is true and widely important, the effort is worth making. The task here undertaken is of this sort. It seeks to show that what we have all this time called human nature and deprecated was in great part only male nature and good enough in its place. That what we have called masculine and admired as such was in large part human and should be applied to both sexes. That what we have called feminine and condemned was also largely human and applicable to both. Our androcentric culture is so shown to have been, and still to be, a masculine culture in excess, and therefore undesirable. In the preliminary work of approaching these facts, it will be well to explain how it can be that so wide and serious an error should have been made by practically all men. The reason is simply that they were men. They were males, and saw women as females, and not otherwise. So absolute is this conviction that the man who reads will say, of course, how else are we to look at women except as females? They are females, aren't they? Yes, they are, as men are males unquestionably. But there is possible the frame of mind of the old Marquise, who was asked by an English friend how she could bear to have the footman serve her breakfast in bed, to have a man in her bedchamber, and replied sincerely, "Call you that thing there a man? The world is full of men, but their principal occupation is human work of some sort, and women see in them the human distinction preponderantly. Occasionally some unhappy lady marries her coachman, long contemplation of broad shoulders having an effect apparently. But in general, women see the human creature most, the male creature only when they love. To the man, the whole world was his world because he was male, and the whole world of woman was the home because she was female. She had her prescribed sphere strictly limited to her feminine occupations and interests. He had all the rest of life, and not only so, but having it, insisted on calling it male. This accounts for the general attitude of men towards the now rapid humanization of women. From her first faint struggles toward freedom and justice, to her present valiant efforts toward full economic and political equality, each step has been termed unfeminine and resented as an intrusion upon man's place and power. Here shows the need of our new classification of the three distinct fields of life: masculine, feminine, and human. As a matter of fact, there is a woman's sphere sharply defined and quite different from his. There is also a man's sphere, as sharply defined and even more limited. But there remains a common sphere, that of humanity, which belongs to both alike. In the earlier part of what is known as the woman's movement, it was sharply opposed on the ground that women would become unsexed. Let us note in passing that they have become unsexed in one particular, most glaringly so, and that no one has noticed or objected to it. As part of our androcentric culture, we may point to the peculiar reversal of sex characteristics which make the human female carry the burden of ornament. She alone of all human creatures has adopted the essentially masculine attribute of special sex decoration. She does not fight for her mate as yet, but she blooms forth as the peacock and bird of paradise, in poignant reversal of nature's laws, even wearing masculine feathers to further her feminine ends. Woman's natural work as a female is that of the mother. Man's natural work as a male is that of the father. Their mutual relation to this end being a source of joy and well-being when rightly held. But human work covers all our life outside of these specialties. Every handicraft, every profession, every science, every art, all normal amusements and recreations, all government, education, religion, the whole living world of human achievement. All this is human. That one sex should have monopolized all human activities, called them man's work, and managed them as such, is what is meant by the phrase androcentric culture. End of Chapter 1 of Our Androcentric Culture, or The Man-Made World. Recording by Grace Buchanan.
Proslogium, or Discourse on the Existence of God, Preface, by Anselm of Canterbury, 1033 to 1109. First Chapter, Collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Proslogium, Preface. After I had published, at the solicitous entreaties of certain brethren, a brief work, the Monologium, as an example of meditation on the grounds of faith, in the person of one who investigates, in a course of silent reasoning with himself, matters of which he is ignorant, considering that this book was knit together by the linking of many arguments, I began to ask myself whether there might be found a single argument which would require no other for its proof than itself alone, and alone would suffice to demonstrate that God truly exists, and that there is a supreme good requiring nothing else, which all other things require for their existence and well-being, and whatever we believe regarding the divine being. Although I often and earnestly directed my thought to this end, and at some times that which I sought seemed to be just within my reach, while again it wholly evaded my mental vision. At last, in despair, I was about to cease, as if from the search for a thing which could not be found. But when I wished to exclude this thought altogether, lest by busying my mind to no purpose it should keep me from other thoughts in which I might be successful, then more and more, though I was unwilling and shunned it, it began to force itself upon me with a kind of importunity. So one day, when I was exceedingly wearied with resisting its importunity in the very conflict of my thoughts, the proof of which I had despaired offered itself, so that I eagerly embraced the thoughts which I was strenuously repelling. Thinking, therefore, that what I rejoiced to have found would, if put in writing, be welcome to some readers of this very matter, and of some others, I have written the following treatise, in the person of one who strives to lift his mind to the contemplation of God, and seeks to understand what he believes. In my judgment, neither this work nor the other, which I mentioned above, deserved to be called a book, or to bear the name of an author, and yet I thought they ought not to be sent forth without some title by which they might in some sort invite one into whose hands they fell to their perusal. I accordingly gave each a title, that the first might be known as an example of meditation on the grounds of faith, and its sequel as Faith Seeking Understanding. But after both had been copied by many under these titles, many urged me, and especially Hugo, the Reverend Archbishop of Lyons, who discharges the apostolic office in Gaul, who instructed me to this effect on his apostolic authority, to prefix my name to these writings, and that this might be done more fitly, I named the first Monologium, that is, a soliloquy, but the second Proslogium, that is, a discourse. End of Proslogium. Preface.
Stoneground Ghost Tales by E.G. Swain. First chapter collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Stoneground Ghost Tales. The Man with the Roller. On the edge of that vast tract of East Anglia, which retains its ancient name of the Fens, there may be found, by those who know where to seek it, a certain village called Stoneground. It was once a picturesque village. Today it is not to be called either a village or picturesque. Man dwells not in one house of clay, but in two, and the material of the second is drawn from the earth upon which this and the neighbouring villages stood. The unlovely signs of the industry have changed the place, alike in aspect and in population. Many who have seen the fossil skeletons of great saurians brought out of the clay in which they have lain from prehistoric times have thought that the inhabitants of the place have not since changed for the better. The chief habitations, however, have their foundations not upon clay, but upon a bed of gravel which anciently gave to the place its name, and upon the highest part of this gravel stands, and has stood for many centuries, the parish church, dominating the landscape for miles around. Stoneground, however, is no longer the inaccessible village which, in the Middle Ages, stood out above a waste of waters. Occasional floods served to indicate what was once its ordinary outlook, but in more recent times the construction of roads and railways and the drainage of the fens have given it freedom of communication with the world from which it was formerly isolated. The vicarage of Stoneground stands hard by the church, and is renowned for its spacious garden, part of which, and that, as might be expected, the part nearest the house, is of ancient date. To the original plot successive vicars have added adjacent lands, so that the garden has gradually acquired the state in which it now appears. The vicars have been many in number. Since Henry de Greville was instituted in the year 1140, there have been 30, all of whom have lived, and most of whom have died, in successive vicarage houses upon the present site. The present incumbent, Mr. Batchel, is a solitary man of somewhat studious habits, but is not too much enamoured of his solitude to receive visits from time to time from schoolboys and such. In the summer of the year 1906 he entertained two, who are the occasion of this narrative, though still unconscious of their part in it. For one of the two, celebrating his 15th birthday during his visit to Stoneground, was presented by Mr. Batchel with a new camera, with which he proceeded to photograph, with considerable skill, the surroundings of the house. One of these photographs Mr. Batchel thought particularly pleasing. It was a view of the house with the lawn in the foreground. A few small copies, such as the boy's camera was capable of producing, were sent to him by his young friend some weeks after the visit, and again Mr. Batchel was so much pleased with the picture that he begged for the negative, with the intention of having the view enlarged. The boy met the request with what seemed a needlessly modest plea. There were 2 negatives, he replied, but each of them had in the same part of the picture a small blur, for which there was no accounting otherwise than by carelessness. His desire, therefore, was to discard these films and to produce something more worthy of enlargement upon a subsequent visit. Mr. Batchel, however, persisted in his request, and upon receipt of the negative examined it with a lens. He was just able to detect the blur alluded to. An examination under a powerful glass, in fact, revealed something more than he had at first detected. The blur was like the nucleus of a comet, as one sees it represented in pictures, and seemed to be connected with a faint streak which extended across the negative. It was, however, so inconsiderable a defect that Mr. Batchel resolved to disregard it. He had a neighbour whose favourite pastime was photography, one who was notably skilled in everything that pertained to the art, and to him he sent the negative, with the request for an enlargement, reminding him of a long-standing promise to do any such service, when, as had now happened, his friend might see fit to ask it. This neighbour who had acquired such skill in photography was one Mr. Groves, a young clergyman residing in the precincts of the Minster near at hand, which was visible from Mr. Batchel's garden. He lodged with a Mrs. Rumney, a superannuated servant of the palace, and a strong-minded, vigorous woman still, exactly such a one as Mr. Groves needed to have about him, for he was a constant trial to Mrs. Rumney, and, but for the wholesome fear she begot in him, would have converted his rooms into a mere den. Her carpets and tablecloths were continually bespattered with chemicals. Her chimney-piece ornaments had been unceremoniously stowed away and replaced by labelled bottles. Even the bed of Mr. Groves was, by day, strewn with drying films and mounts, and her old and favourite cat had a bald patch on his flank, the result of a mishap with the pyrogallic acid. Mrs. Rumney's lodger, however, was a great favourite with her, as such helpless men are apt to be with motherly women, and she took no small pride in his work. A life-size portrait of herself, originally a peace offering, hung in her parlour, and had long excited the envy of every friend who took tea with her. "Mr. Groves," she was wont to say, "is a nice gentleman, and chemical though he may be, I'd rather wait on him for nothing than what I would on anyone else for twice the money." Every new piece of photographic work was of interest to Mrs. Rumney, and she expected to be allowed both to admire and to criticise. The view of Stoneground Vicarage, therefore, was shown to her upon its arrival. "Well may it want enlarging," she remarked, "and it no bigger than a postage stamp. It looks more like a doll's house than a vicarage." And with this she went about her work, whilst Mr. Groves retired to his dark room with the film, to see what he could make of the task assigned to him. 2 days later, after repeated visits to his dark room, he had made something considerable, and when Mrs. Rumney brought him his chop for luncheon, she was lost in admiration. A large but unfinished print stood upon his easel, and such a picture of Stoneground vicarage was in the making as was calculated to delight both the young photographer and the vicar. Mr. Groves spent only his mornings, as a rule, in photography. His afternoons he gave to pastoral work, and the work upon this enlargement was over for the day. It required little more than touching up, but it was this touching up which made the difference between the enlargements of Mr. Groves and those of other men. The print, therefore, was to be left upon the easel until the morrow, when it was to be finished. Mrs. Rumney and he together gave it an admiring inspection as she was carrying away the tray, and what they agreed in admiring most particularly was the smooth and open stretch of lawn, which made so excellent a foreground for the picture. "It looks," said Mrs. Rumney, who had once been young, "as if it was waiting for someone to come and dance on it." Mr. Groves left his lodgings. We must now be particular about the hours. At 2:30, with the intention of returning as usual at 5. "As reg'lar as a clock," Mrs. Rumney was wont to say, "and a sight more reg'lar than some clocks I knows of." Upon this day he was nevertheless somewhat late. Some visit had detained him unexpectedly, and it was 5:15 when he inserted his latchkey in Mrs. Rumney's door. Hardly had he entered when his landlady, obviously awaiting him, appeared in the passage. Her face, usually florid, was of the colour of parchment, and breathing hurriedly and shortly, she pointed at the door of Mr. Groves's room. In some alarm at her condition, Mr. Groves hastily questioned her. All she could say was, "The photograph! The photograph!" Mr. Groves could only suppose that his enlargement had met with some mishap for which Mrs. Rumney was responsible. Perhaps she had allowed it to flutter into the fire. He turned towards his room in order to discover the worst, but at this Mrs. Rumney laid a trembling hand upon his arm and held him back. "Don't go in," she said. "Have your tea in the parlour." "Nonsense," said Mr. Groves. "If that is gone, we can easily do another." "Gone?" said his landlady. "I wish to heaven it was." The ensuing conversation shall not detain us. It will suffice to say that after a considerable time Mr. Groves succeeded in quieting his landlady, so much so that she consented, still trembling violently, to enter the room with him. To speak truth, she was as much concerned for him as for herself, and she was not by nature a timid woman. The room, so far from disclosing to Mr. Groves any cause for excitement, appeared wholly unchanged. In its usual place stood every article of his stained and ill-used furniture. On the easel stood the photograph, precisely where he had left it, and, except that his tea was not upon the table, everything was in its usual state and place. But Mrs. Rumney again became excited and tremulous. "It's there!" she cried. "Look at the lawn!" Mr. Groves stepped quickly forward and looked at the photograph. Then he turned as pale as Mrs. Rumney herself. There was a man with an indescribably horrible, suffering face, rolling the lawn with a large roller. Mr. Groves retreated in amazement to where Mrs. Rumney had remained standing. "Has anyone been in here?" he asked. "Not a soul," was the reply. "I came in to make up the fire, and turned to have another look at the picture, when I saw that dead, alive face at the edge. It gave me the creeps," she said, "particularly from not having noticed it before. If that's anyone in Stoneground, I said to myself, I wonder the vicar has him in the garden with that awful face. It took that hold of me, I thought I must come and look at it again, and at 5 o'clock I brought your tea in, and then I saw him moved along right in front, with a roller dragging behind him, like you see." Mr. Groves was greatly puzzled. Mrs. Rumney's story, of course, was incredible, but this strange, evil-faced man had appeared in the photograph somehow. That he had not been there when the print was made was quite certain. The problem soon ceased to alarm Mr. Groves. In his mind it was investing itself with a scientific interest. He began to think of suspended chemical action and other possible avenues of investigation. At Mrs. Rumney's urgent entreaty, however, he turned the photograph upon the easel, and, with only its white back presented to the room, he sat down and ordered tea to be brought in. He did not look again at the picture. The face of the man had about it something unnaturally painful. He could remember and still see, as it were, the drawn features, and the look of the man had unaccountably distressed him. He finished his slight meal, and having lit a pipe, began to brood over the scientific possibilities of the problem. Had any other photograph upon the original film become involved in the one he had enlarged? Had the image of any other face, distorted by the enlarging lens, become a part of this picture? For the space of 2 hours he debated this possibility and that, only to reject them all. His optical knowledge told him that no conceivable accident could have brought into his picture a man with a roller. No negative of his had ever contained such a man. If it had, no natural causes would suffice to leave him, as it were, hovering about the apparatus. His repugnance to the actual thing had by this time lost its freshness, and he determined to end his scientific musings with another inspection of the object. So he approached the easel and turned the photograph round again. His horror returned, and with good cause. The man with the roller had now advanced to the middle of the lawn. The face was stricken still, with the same indescribable look of suffering. The man seemed to be appealing to the spectator for some kind of help. Almost he spoke. Mr. Groves was naturally reduced to a condition of extreme nervous excitement. Although not by nature what is called a nervous man, he trembled from head to foot. With a sudden effort he turned away his head, took hold of the picture with his outstretched hand, and, opening a drawer in his sideboard, thrust the thing underneath a folded tablecloth which was lying there. Then he closed the drawer and took up an entertaining book to distract his thoughts from the whole matter. In this he succeeded very ill, yet somehow the rest of the evening passed, and as it wore away he lost something of his alarm. At 10 o'clock, Mrs. Rumney, knocking and receiving answer twice, lest by any chance she should find herself alone in the room, brought in the cocoa usually taken by her lodger at that hour. A hasty glance at the easel showed her that it stood empty, and her face betrayed her relief. She made no comment, and Mr. Groves invited none. The latter, however, could not make up his mind to go to bed. The face he had seen was taking firm hold upon his imagination, and seemed to fascinate him and repel him at the same time. Before long he found himself wholly unable to resist the impulse to look at it once more. He took it again, with some indecision, from the drawer, and laid it under the lamp. The man with the roller had now passed completely over the lawn, and was near the left of the picture. The shock to Mr. Groves was again considerable. He stood facing the fire, trembling with excitement which refused to be suppressed. In this state his eye lighted upon the calendar hanging before him, and it furnished him with some distraction. The next day was his mother's birthday. Never did he omit to write a letter which should lie upon her breakfast table, and the preoccupation of this evening had made him wholly forgetful of the matter. There was a collection of letters, however, from the pillar box near at hand, at 1:15 midnight, so he turned to his desk, wrote a letter which would at least serve to convey his affectionate greetings, and having written it, went out into the night and posted it. The clocks were striking midnight as he returned to his room. We may be sure that he did not resist the desire to glance at the photograph he had left on his table. But the results of that glance he, at any rate, had not anticipated. The man with the roller had disappeared. The lawn lay as smooth and clear as at first. looking, as Mrs. Rumney had said, as if it was waiting for someone to come and dance on it. The photograph after this remained a photograph, and nothing more. Mr. Groves would have liked to persuade himself that it had never undergone these changes which he had witnessed, and which we have endeavoured to describe, but his sense of their reality was too insistent. He kept the print lying for a week upon his easel, was obviously relieved at its disappearance when it was carried to Stoneground to be delivered to Mr. Batchel. Mr. Groves said nothing of the man with the roller, but gave the enlargement, without comment, into his friend's hands. The work of enlargement had been skilfully done, and was deservedly praised. Mr. Groves, making some modest disclaimer, observed that the view, with its spacious foreground of lawn, was such as could not have failed to enlarge well. And this lawn, he added, as they stood looking out of the vicar's study, looks as well from within your house as from without. It must give you a sense of responsibility, he added reflectively, to be sitting where your predecessors have sat for so many centuries, and to be continuing their peaceful work. The mere presence before your window of the turf upon which good men have walked is an inspiration. The vicar made no reply to these somewhat sententious remarks. For a moment he seemed as if he would speak some words of conventional assent. Then he abruptly left the room, to return in a few minutes with a parchment book. "Your remark, Groves," he said, as he seated himself again, "recalled to me a curious bit of history. I went up to the old library to get the book. This is the journal of William Long, who was vicar here up to the year 1602. What you said about the lawn will give you an interest in a certain portion of the journal. I will read it. August the 1st, 1600. I am now returned in haste from a journey to Brighthelmstone, whither I had gone with full intention to remain about the space of 2 months. Master Josiah Wilburton, of my dear College of Emmanuel, having consented to assume the charge of my parish of Stoneground in the meantime. But I had intelligence, after 12 days' absence, by a messenger from the churchwardens, that Master Wilburton had disappeared last Monday se'nnight, and had been no more seen. So here I am again in my study, to the entire frustration of my plans, and can do nothing in my perplexity but sit and look out from my window, before which Andrew Birch rolleth the grass with much persistence. Andrew passeth so many times over the same place with his roller, that I have just now stepped without to demand why he so wasteth his labour, and upon this he hath pointed out a place which is not levelled, and hath continued his rolling. August the 2nd. There is a change in Andrew Birch since my absence, who hath indeed the aspect of one in great depression, which is noteworthy of so cheerful a man. He haply shares our common trouble in respect of Master Wilburton, of whom we remain without tidings. Having made part of a sermon upon the 7th chapter of the former epistle of St. Paul to the Corinthians, and the 27th verse, I found Andrew again at his task, and bade him desist and saddle my horse, being minded to ride forth and take counsel with my good friend John Palmer at the deanery, who bore Master Wilburton great affection. August the 2nd continued. Dire news awaiteth me upon my return. The sheriff's men have disinterred the body of poor Master W. from beneath the grass Andrew was rolling, and have arrested him on the charge of being his cause of death. August the 10th. Alas, Andrew Birch hath been hanged, the justice having mercifully ordered that he should hang by the neck until he should be dead, and not sooner molested. May the Lord have mercy on his soul. He made full confession before me that he had slain Master Wilburton in heat upon his threatening to make me privy to certain peculation of which I should not have suspected so old a servant. The poor man bemoaned his evil temper in great contrition, and beat his breast, saying that he knew himself doomed for ever to roll the grass in the place where he had tried to conceal his wicked fact. "Thank you," said Mr. Groves. "Has that little negative got the date upon it?" "Yes," replied Mr. Batchel, as he examined it with his glass. "The boy has marked it August the 10th. The vicar seemed not to remark the coincidence with the date of Birch's execution. Needless to say that it did not escape Mr. Groves, but he kept silence about the man with the roller, who has been no more seen to this day. Doubtless there is more in our photography than we yet know of. The camera sees more than the eye, and chemicals in a freshly prepared and active state have a power which they afterwards lose. Our units of time, adopted for the convenience of persons dealing with the ordinary movements of material objects, are of course conventional. Those who turn the instruments of science upon nature will always be in danger of seeing more than they looked for. There is such a disaster as that of knowing too much, and at some time or another it may overtake each of us. May we then be as wise as Mr. Groves in our reticence, if our turn should come. End of Chapter 1 of Stoneground Ghost Tales.
Tarzan and the Jewels of Opar by Edgar Rice Burroughs. First Chapter Collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grace Buchanan. Tarzan and the Jewels of Opar. 1. Belgian and Arab. Lieutenant Albert Werper had only the prestige of the name he had dishonored to thank for his narrow escape from being cashiered. At first he had been humbly thankful, too, that they had sent him to this god-forsaken Congo post instead of court-martialing him as he had so justly deserved. But now 6 months of the monotony, the frightful isolation, and the loneliness had wrought a change. The young man brooded continually over his fate. His days were filled with morbid self-pity, which eventually engendered in his weak and vacillating mind a hatred for those who had sent him here, for the very men he had at first inwardly thanked for saving him from the ignominy of degradation. He regretted the gay life of Brussels as he never had regretted the sins which had snatched him from that gayest of capitals. And as the days passed, he came to center his resentment upon the representative in Congoland of the authority which had exiled him, his captain and immediate superior. This officer was a cold, taciturn man, inspiring little love in those directly beneath him, yet respected and feared by the black soldiers of his little command. Werper was accustomed to sit for hours glaring at his superior, as the two sat upon the veranda of their common quarters, smoking their evening cigarettes in a silence which neither seemed desirous of breaking. The senseless hatred of the lieutenant grew at last into a form of mania. The captain's natural taciturnity he distorted into a studied attempt to insult him because of his past shortcomings. He imagined that his superior held him in contempt, and so he chafed and fumed inwardly, until one evening his madness became suddenly homicidal. He fingered the butt of the revolver at his hip. His eyes narrowed, and his brows contracted. At last he spoke. "You have insulted me for the last time," he cried, springing to his feet. "I am an officer and a gentleman, and I shall put up with it no longer without an accounting from you. You pig!" The captain, an expression of surprise upon his features, turned toward his junior. He had seen men before with the jungle madness upon them, the madness of solitude and unrestrained brooding. and perhaps a touch of fever. He rose and extended his hand to lay it upon the other's shoulder. Quiet words of counsel were upon his lips, but they were never spoken. Werper construed his superior's action into an attempt to close with him. His revolver was on the level with the captain's heart, and the latter had taken but a step when Werper pulled the trigger. Without a moan, the man sank to the rough planking of the veranda. And as he fell, the mists that had clouded Werper's brain lifted, so that he saw himself and the deed that he had done in the same light that those who must judge him would see them. He heard excited exclamations from the quarters of the soldiers, and he heard men running in his direction. They would seize him, and if they didn't kill him, they would take him down to the Congo to a point where a properly ordered military tribunal would do so, just as effectively, though in a more regular manner. Werper had no desire to die. Never before had he so yearned for life as in this moment, that he had so effectively forfeited his right to live. The men were nearing him. What was he to do? He glanced about as though searching for the tangible form of a legitimate excuse for his crime, but he could find only the body of the man he had so causelessly shot down. In despair, he turned and fled from the oncoming soldiery. Across the compound he ran, his revolver still clutched tightly in his hand. At the gates, a sentry halted him. Werper did not pause to parley or to exert the influence of his commission. He merely raised his weapon and shot down the innocent black. A moment later, the fugitive had torn open the gates and vanished into the blackness of the jungle, but not before he had transferred the rifle and ammunition belts of the dead sentry to his own person. All that night Werper fled farther and farther into the heart of the wilderness. Now and again the voice of a lion brought him to a listening halt. But with cocked and ready rifle he pushed ahead again, more fearful of the human huntsman in his rear than of the wild carnivora ahead. Dawn came at last, but still the man plodded on. All sense of hunger and fatigue were lost in the terrors of contemplated capture. He could think only of escape. He dared not pause to rest or eat until there was no further danger from pursuit. And so he staggered on until at last he fell and could rise no more. How long he had fled he did not know, or try to know. When he could flee no longer, the knowledge that he had reached his limit was hidden from him in the unconsciousness of utter exhaustion. And thus it was that Achmet Zek, the Arab, found him. Achmet's followers were for running a spear through the body of their hereditary enemy. But Achmet would have it otherwise. First, he would question the Belgian. It were easier to question a man first and kill him afterward than kill him first and then question him. So he had Lieutenant Albert Werper carried to his own tent, and there slaves administered wine and food in small quantities, until at last the prisoner regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he saw the faces of strange black men about him, and just outside the tent, the figure of an Arab. Nowhere was the uniform of his soldiers to be seen. The Arab turned, and seeing the open eyes of the prisoner upon him, entered the tent. "I am Achmet Zek," he announced. "Who are you and what are you doing in my country? Where are your soldiers?" Achmet Zek! Werper's eyes went wide and his heart sank. He was in the clutches of the most notorious of cutthroats, a hater of all Europeans, especially those who wore the uniform of Belgium. For years the military forces of Belgian Congo had waged a fruitless war upon this man and his followers, a war in which quarter had never been asked nor expected by either side. But presently, in the very hatred of the man for Belgians, Werper saw a faint ray of hope for himself. He too was an outcast and an outlaw. So far at least they possessed a common interest, and Werper decided to play upon it for all that it might yield. "I have heard of you," he replied, "and was searching for you. My people have turned against me. I hate them. Even now their soldiers are searching for me, to kill me. I knew that you would protect me from them, for you too hate them. In return I will take service with you. I am a trained soldier. I can fight, and your enemies are my enemies." Achmet Zek eyed the European in silence. In his mind he revolved many thoughts, chief among which was that the unbeliever lied. Of course there was the chance that he did not lie, and if he told the truth, then his proposition was one well worthy of consideration, since fighting men were never over plentiful, especially white men with the training and knowledge of military matters that a European officer must possess. Achmet Zek scowled, and Werper's heart sank. But Werper did not know Achmet Zek, who was quite apt to scowl where another would smile, and smile where another would scowl. "And if you have lied to me," said Achmet Zek, "I will kill you at any time. What return other than your life do you expect for your services?" "My keep only at first," replied Werper. "Later, if I am worth more, we can easily reach an understanding." Werper's only desire at the moment was to preserve his life, and so the agreement was reached, and Lieutenant Albert Werper became a member of the ivory and slave-raiding band of the notorious Achmet Zek. For months the renegade Belgian rode with the savage raider. He fought with a savage abandon and a vicious cruelty fully equal to that of his fellow desperadoes. Achmet Zek watched his recruit with eagle eye, and with a growing satisfaction, which finally found expression in a greater confidence in the man and resulted in an increased independence of action for Werper. Achmet Zek took the Belgian into his confidence to a great extent, and at last unfolded to him a pet scheme which the Arab had long fostered, but which he never had found an opportunity to effect. With the aid of a European, however, the thing might be easily accomplished. He sounded Werper. "You have heard of the man men call Tarzan?" he asked. Werper nodded. "I have heard of him, but I do not know him." "But for him we might carry on our trading in safety and with great profit," continued the Arab. "For years he has fought us, driving us from the richest part of the country, harassing us and arming the natives that they may repel us when we come to trade. He is very rich. If we could find some way to make him pay us many pieces of gold, we should not only be avenged upon him, but repaid for much that he has prevented us from winning from the natives under his protection." Werper withdrew a cigarette from a jeweled case and lighted it. "And you have a plan to make him pay?" he asked. "He has a wife," replied Achmet Zek, "whom men say is very beautiful, She would bring a great price farther north if we found it too difficult to collect ransom money from this Tarzan. Werper bent his head in thought. Achmet Zek stood awaiting his reply. What good remained in Albert Werper, revolted at the thought of selling a white woman into the slavery and degradation of a Moslem harem? He looked up at Achmet Zek. He saw the Arab's eyes narrow, and he guessed that the other had sensed his antagonism to the plan. What would it mean to Werper to refuse? His life lay in the hands of this semi-barbarian who esteemed the life of an unbeliever less highly than that of a dog. Werper loved life. What was this woman to him anyway? She was a European, doubtless, a member of organized society. He was an outcast. The hand of every white man was against him. She was his natural enemy. And if he refused to lend himself to her undoing, Achmet Zek would have him killed. "You hesitate," murmured the Arab. "I was but weighing the chances of success," lied Werper, "and my reward. As a European, I can gain admittance to their home and table. You have no other with you who could do so much. The risk will be great. I should be well paid, Achmet Zek." A smile of relief passed over the raider's face. "Well said, Werper," and Achmet Zek slapped his lieutenant upon the shoulder. "You should be well paid, and you shall. Now let us sit together and plan how best the thing may be done." And the two men squatted upon a soft rug beneath the faded silks of Achmet's once gorgeous tent and talked together in low voices well into the night. Both were tall and bearded, and the exposure to sun and wind had given an almost Arab hue to the European's complexion. In every detail of dress, too, he copied the fashions of his chief, so that outwardly he was as much an Arab as the other. It was late when he arose and retired to his own tent. The following day Werper spent in overhauling his Belgian uniform, removing from it every vestige of evidence that might indicate its military purposes. From a heterogeneous collection of loot, Achmet Zek procured a pith helmet and a European saddle, and from his black slaves and followers a party of porters, askaris, and tent boys to make up a modest safari for a big game hunter. At the head of this party, Werper set out from camp. End of Chapter 1 of Tarzan and the Jewels of Opar. Reading by Grace Buchanan.
A Week on the Merrimack and Concord River by Henry David Thoreau. First chapter, collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Week on the Merrimack and Concord River. Chapter 1. Concord River. Beneath low hills in the broad interval, through which at will our Indian rivulet winds mindful still of Sanup and of Squaw, whose pipe and arrow oft the plough unburies, here in pine houses built of new fallen trees, supplanters of the tribe, the farmers dwell. Emerson. The Musketaquid, or grass-ground river, though probably as old as the Nile or Euphrates, did not begin to have a place in civilized history until the fame of its grassy meadows and its fish attracted settlers out of England in 1635, when it received the other but kindred name of Concord from the first plantation on its banks, which appears to have been commenced in a spirit of peace and harmony. It will be Grass-Ground River as long as grass grows and water runs here. It will be Concord River only while men lead peaceable lives on its banks. To an extinct race it was grass ground, where they hunted and fished, and it is still perennial grass ground to Concord farmers, who own the great meadows, and get the hay from year to year. One branch of it, according to the historian of Concord, for I love to quote so good authority, rises in the south part of Hopkinton, and another from a pond in a large cedar swamp in Westboro, and flows between Hopkinton and Southboro, through Framingham, and between Sudbury and Wayland, where it is sometimes called Sudbury River. It enters Concord at the south part of the town, and after receiving the North or Assabet River, which has its source a little farther to the north and west, goes out at the northeast angle, and flowing between Bedford and Carlisle, and through Billerica, empties into the Merrimack at Low. In Concord it is in summer from 4 to 15 feet deep, and from 100 to 300 feet wide, but in the spring freshets, when it overflows its banks, it is in some places nearly a mile wide. Between Sudbury and Wayland the meadows acquire their greatest breadth, and when covered with water they form a handsome chain of shallow vernal lakes resorted to by numerous gulls and ducks. Just above Sherman's Bridge, between these towns, is the largest expanse, and when the wind blows freshly in a raw March day, heaving up the surface into the dark and sober billows or regular swells, skirted as it is in the distance with alder swamps and smoke like maples, it looks like a smaller Lake Huron, and is very pleasant and exciting for a landsman to row or sail over. The farmhouses along the Sudbury shore, which rises gently to a considerable height, command fine water prospects at this season. The shore is more flat on the Wayland side, and this town is the greatest loser by the flood. Its farmers tell me that thousands of acres are flooded now, since the dams have been erected, where they remember to have seen the white honeysuckle or clover growing once, and they could go dry with shoes only in summer. Now there is nothing but blue joint and sedge and cut grass there, standing in water all the year round. For a long time they made the most of the dry season to get their hay, working sometimes till 9 o'clock at night, sedulously paring with their scythes in the twilight round the hummocks left by the ice. But now it is not worth the getting when they can come at it, and they look sadly round to their woodlots and upland as a last resource. It is worth while to make a voyage up this stream, if you go no farther than Sudbury, only to see how much country there is in the rear of us, great hills and 100 brooks and farmhouses and barns and haystacks you never saw before, and men everywhere. Sudbury, that is Southboro men, and Wayland, and 9-acre Corner men, and Bound Rock, were 4 towns bound on a rock in the river, Lincoln, Wayland, Sudbury, Concord. Many waves are there agitated by the wind, keeping nature fresh, the spray blowing in your face, reeds and rushes waving, ducks by the hundred, all uneasy in the surf, in the raw wind just ready to rise, and now going off with a clatter and a whistling like riggers straight for Labrador, flying against the stiff gale with reefed wings, or else circling round first with all their paddles briskly moving just over the surf to reconnoitre you before they leave these parts. Gulls wheeling overhead, muskrats swimming for dear life, wet and cold, with no fire to warm them by that you know of, their laboured homes rising here and there like haystacks, and countless mice and moles and winged titmice along the sunny, windy shore, cranberries tossed on the waves and heaving up on the beach, their little red skiffs beating about among the alders, such healthy natural tumult as proves the last day is not yet at hand. And there stand all around the alders and birches and oaks and maples, full of glee and sap, holding in their buds until the waters subside. You shall perhaps run aground on Cranberry Island, only some spires of last year's pipe grass above water to show where the danger is, and get as good a freezing there as anywhere on the northwest coast. I never voyaged so far in all my life. You shall see men you never heard of before, whose names you don't know, going away down through the meadows with long ducking guns, with watertight boots, wading through the foul meadow grass on bleak, wintry, distant shores with guns at half-cock, and they shall see teal, blue-winged, green-winged, sheldrakes, whistlers, black ducks, ospreys, and many other wild and noble sights before night, such as they who sit in parlours never dream of. You shall see rude and sturdy, experienced and wise men keeping their castles, or teaming up their summer's wood, or chopping alone in the woods, men fuller of talk and rare adventure in the sun and wind and rain than a chestnut is of meat, who are out not only in '75 and 1812, but have been out every day of their lives, greater men than Homer or Chaucer or Shakespeare, only they never got time to say so. They never took to the way of writing. Look at their fields, and imagine what they might write, if ever they should put pen to paper. Or what have they not written on the face of the earth already, clearing and burning and scratching and harrowing and ploughing and subsoiling, in, and out, and over, again and again, erasing what they have already written for want of parchment. As yesterday and the historical ages are past, as the work of today is present, so some fitting perspectives and demi-experiences of the life that is in nature are in time veritably future, or rather outside to time, perennial, young, divine in the wind and rain which never dies. The respectable folks, where dwell they? They whisper in the oaks, and they sigh in the hay. Summer and winter, night and day, out on the meadow there dwell they. They never die, nor snivel, nor cry, nor ask our pity with a wet eye. A sound estate they ever mend, to every asker readily lend, to the ocean wealth, to the meadow health, to time his length, to the rocks strength, to the stars light, to the weary night, to the busy day, to the idle play. And so their good cheer never ends, for all are their debtors, and all their friends. Concord River is remarkable for the gentleness of its current, which is scarcely perceptible, and some have referred to its influence the proverbial moderation of the inhabitants of Concord, as exhibited in the Revolution and on later occasions. It has been proposed that the town should adopt for its coat of arms a field verdant, and the Concord circling 9 times round. I have read that a descent of 1/8 of an inch in a mile is sufficient to produce a flow. Our river has, probably, very near the smallest allowance. The story is current, at any rate, though I believe that strict history will not bear it out, that the only bridge ever carried away on the main branch, within the limits of the town, was driven upstream by the wind. But wherever it makes a sudden bend, it is shallower and swifter, and asserts its title to be called a river. Compared with the other tributaries of the Merrimack, it appears to have been properly named Musketaquid, or Meadow River, by the Indians. For the most part it creeps through broad meadows, adorned with scattered oaks, where the cranberry is found in abundance, covering the ground like a moss-bed. A row of sunken dwarf willows borders the stream on one or both sides, while at a greater distance the meadow is skirted with maples, alders, and other fluviatile trees, overrun with a grapevine, which bears fruit in its season, purple, red, white, and other grapes. Still farther from the stream, on the edge of the firm land, are seen the gray and white dwellings of the inhabitants. According to the valuation of 1831, there were in Concord 2,111 acres, or about 1/7 of the whole territory, in meadow. This standing next in the list after pasturage and unimproved lands, and judging from the returns of previous years, the meadow is not reclaimed so fast as the woods are cleared. Let us here read what old Johnson says of these meadows in his wonder-working Providence, which gives the account of New England from 1628 to 1652, and see how matters looked to him. He says of the 12th Church of Christ gathered at Concord, "This town is seated upon a fair fresh river, whose rivulets are filled with fresh marsh, and her streams with fish, it being a branch of that large river of Merrimack. All wifes and shad in their season come up to this town, but salmon and dace cannot come up, by reason of the rocky falls, which causeth their meadows to lie much covered with water, the which these people, together with their neighbour town, have several times essayed to cut through, but cannot, yet it may be turned another way with an £100 charge, as it appeared. As to their farming, he says, having laid out their estate upon cattle at £5 to £20 a cow, when they came to winter them with inland hay, and feed upon such wild fodder as was never cut before, they could not hold out the winter, but ordinarily the first or second year after their coming up to a new plantation, many of their cattle died." And this from the same author. Of the planting of the 19th church in the Massachusetts government called Sudbury. This year, does he mean 1654? The town and church of Christ at Sudbury began to have the first foundation stones laid, taking up her station in the inland country as her elder sister Concord had formerly done, lying further up the same river, being furnished with great plenty of fresh marsh, but it lying very low is much indamaged with land floods, insomuch that when the summer proves wet they lose part of their hay, yet are they so sufficiently provided that they take in cattle of other towns to winter. The sluggish artery of the Concord meadows steals thus unobserved through the town, without a murmur or a pulse beat, its general course from southwest to northeast, and its length about 50 miles, a huge volume of matter, ceaselessly rolling through the plains and valleys of the substantial earth with the moccasin tread of an Indian warrior, making haste from the high places of the earth to its ancient reservoir. The murmurs of many a famous river on the other side of the globe reach even to us here, as to more distant dwellers on its banks. Many a poet's stream, floating the helms and shields of heroes on its bosom. The Anthus or Scamander is not a mere dry channel and bed of a mountain torrent, but fed by the ever-flowing springs of fame. And thou, Somois, that as an arrow, clear, through Troy rennest, eye downward to the sea. And I trust that I may be allowed to associate our muddy but much abused Concord River with the most famous in history. Sure, there are poets who never did dream upon Parnassus, nor did taste the stream of Helicon. We therefore may suppose these made not poets, but the poets these. The Mississippi, the Ganges, and the Nile, those journeying atoms from the Rocky Mountains, the Himalaya, and the Mountains of the Moon, have a kind of personal importance in the annals of the world. The heavens are not yet drained over their sources, but the mountains of the moon still send their annual tribute to the Pasha without fail, as they did to the Pharaohs, though he must collect the rest of his revenue at the point of the sword. Rivers must have been the guides which conducted the footsteps of the first travelers. They are the constant lure, when they flow by our doors, to distant enterprise and adventure, and by a natural impulse the dwellers on their banks will at length accompany their currents to the lowlands of the globe, or explore at their invitation the interior of continents. They are the natural highways of all nations, not only leveling the ground and removing obstacles from the path of the traveler, quenching his thirst and bearing him on their bosoms, but conducting him through the most interesting scenery, the most populous portions of the globe, and where the animal and vegetable kingdoms attain their greatest perfection. I had often stood on the banks of the Concord, watching the lapse of the current, an emblem of all progress, following the same law with the system, with time and all that is made, the weeds at the bottom gently bending down the stream, shaken by the watery wind, still planted where their seeds had sunk, but ere long to die and go down likewise. The shining pebbles, not yet anxious to better their condition, the chips and weeds, and occasional logs and stems of trees that floated past, fulfilling their fate, were objects of singular interest to me, and at last I resolved to launch myself on its bosom and float whither it would bear me. End of Chapter 1 from A Week on the Concord and Merrimack River.
What to See in America by Clifton Johnson. First chapter, Collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. What to See in America. Maine. Maine is called the Pine Tree State, and, though the tall pines that thrust up above the other trees of the woodlands have mostly been cut, the region is one where great areas are still covered with forest, to which hosts of people resort each year to enjoy the wilderness. Maine is also called the State with 100 Harbors, a reference to its picturesque coast broken by many inlets and bordered by numerous islands. It is nearer Europe than any other section of our country, and was early visited by explorers and fishermen from across the Atlantic. The first attempt to found a settlement was made in 1607, when, toward the end of August, the Popham colony established itself on the peninsula west of the Kennebec, where that river joins the sea. By the time winter set in with its sleet and snow, the colonists had finished a fort, a storehouse, and a number of dwellings. But the storehouse burned with all their provisions, and they were obliged to live on fish and such game as they could shoot, and on dog meat. Their cabins could not keep out the searching winds and biting frost. Many were sick, and their leader, George Popham, died. In the spring a ship came with supplies, but the settlers declared there was no use of Englishmen's trying to live in such a cold country, and they all either returned to England or went in a little vessel they had built to Jamestown, Virginia. Captain John Smith, who came across the ocean with 2 ships in 1614 and sailed along the coast from the Penobscot River to Cape Cod, gave New England its name. He did some exploring inland, hoping to discover gold and copper mines. No mines were found, but he was able to sail for England presently with a valuable cargo of fish and furs. Maine's first permanent settlement was made in 1624 by emigrants from Plymouth Colony, at what is now York, but which they gave the local Indian name of Agamenicus. This was in the tract of country of which Sir Ferdinando Gorges was made proprietary lord a few years later. His territory was bounded on the east by the Kennebec and on the west by the Piscataqua, and extended as far north as Lake Umbagog. It was named Maine in honor of the English queen, who came from France, where her estate was in the province of Maine. Gorges selected the plantation of Agamenicus for his capital and made it a city, naming it for himself, Gorgiana. It comprised 21 square miles, had a mayor, aldermen, and councilmen, and there were policemen, each of whom carried a white rod. Yet Gorgiana never had as many as 300 inhabitants. Maine developed peacefully for about 50 years, at the end of which time it had 5,000 or 6,000 inhabitants, distributed in 13 thriving settlements. Then came the Indian Wars, and for nearly a century the settlers were in constant terror of savage invaders. The trouble began on the 4th of August, 1676, when a party of Indians, whose leader was Simon, the Yankee Killer, invaded the home of Anthony Brackett at Back Cove in what is now Portland. They seized and bound the entire household, which consisted of Mr. and Mrs. Brackett, their 5 children, and a Negro manservant. Afterward they went to neighboring homes, killed or captured 34 persons, and set the buildings on fire. The Brackett family continued in captivity until November, at which time their captors came in their wanderings to the north side of Casco Bay. Mrs. Brackett found an old birch canoe on the beach. She repaired it, and the family and the Negro man secretly got into it and paddled across the bay to Black Point. A vessel bound for the Piscataqua chanced to be there, and on that they made good their escape. Of all the combats in Maine between the whites and Indians, the best known was Lovewell's fight. In the spring of 1725, Captain Lovewell and 46 volunteers started from Dunstable, Massachusetts, to hunt Indians about the headwaters of the Saco. They did this partly because the Indians were a menace to the settlements, and partly to secure the liberal bounty which had been promised for every Indian scalp. On the night of Friday, May 7th, they encamped beside what is now known as Lovewell's Pond in Fryeburg, Maine, only 2 miles from Pigwacket, the principal village of the Indians of that region. Early the next morning they killed an Indian, and not long afterward were attacked by 3 times their number, led by Paugus, chief of the tribe. The fight continued until dusk, when the Indians withdrew. About midnight the moon rose and the English began a retreat. Only 9 were uninjured. Some of them died on the way to the settlements, and those who finally reached home arrived half starved. Nearly all of northern Maine is woodland, and in this woodland both Connecticut and Rhode Island might be placed and lost to the world and to each other. From the summit of Mount Katahdin, the state's loftiest height, which rises 5,200 feet above the level of the sea, only trees are in sight as far as the eye can reach. The most numerous of the valuable forest trees now are spruce. An immense amount of timber comes from the Maine wilderness every year. Spruce is very largely used for paper as well as for lumber. The first wood pulp mill began operations in 1870. The popular nickname of the people of the state is Foxes, because of the abundance of these creatures and because so many of the inhabitants live or work in the woods. Of all the forest trees, none was put to more uses by the Indians and pioneer settlers than the paper birch. The woodsman with his axe could obtain from it tent, canoe, cups, plates, tablecloths, paper to write on, torches and kindlings, and other fuel. A piece of bark 2 feet square could be made into a vessel for catching maple sap by folding it into a straight-sided pan and bending the corners around and fastening them in place with wooden pins. There are many mills along the little streams that come from the wooded uplands in various parts of the state. These mills convert both hard and soft wood into such articles as furniture, sleds, tool handles, toys, clothespins, and toothpicks. Much fine white birch wood grows in some sections, and thousands of cords of it are used yearly for spools. The Maine woods suffer seriously during the dry summer weather from fires. There may be many fires burning at the same time, and the air will be hazy with smoke over great stretches of country. Maine contains more than 1,800 lakes and ponds. All these, together with the rivers, have a surface amounting to fully 1/10 of the land area of the state. The largest lake is Moosehead, 40 miles long and 4 to 12 broad. From its borders, Mount Kineo rises 800 feet above the lake level. The mountain faces the water in so perpendicular a precipice that a person could jump into the lake from its top. This is the largest mass of hornstone known in the world, and the New England Indians got from it much of the flint they used for their arrowheads. The solitudes around Moosehead are frequented by big game, and there is an abundance of fish and waterfowl. Only a few faint trails wind through the forest, and the rivers and lakes are the chief thoroughfares. Even the Indians are not altogether lacking, for some members of the once powerful Penobscot tribe may still be encountered in the woods hunting and fishing or acting as guides. The 400 persons who constitute this tribe have permanent dwellings on the outskirts of the wilderness at Oldtown, where they occupy an island in the river. The levels of many of the wilderness lakes vary only a few feet, and boatmen, by short portages or by none at all, pass easily from one to another. Hunters, fishermen, and other pleasure seekers often make long trips on the streams and lakes for days and weeks at a time. A guide and 2 persons can travel comfortably in a canoe and carry a tent, food, and the necessary camp utensils. In the fall shooting season, thousands of sportsmen come to the wild lands from the cities near and far. Scarcely less well known than Moosehead Lake are the Rangeley Lakes, nestling among forested hills in the northwest corner of the state. They are called a fisherman's paradise. There are 5 of them, all connected by navigable waterways, and small steamers ply on them and call at the various camps. The entire Maine coast, from Portland to New Brunswick, is a labyrinth of headlands, bays, and isles. In the opposite direction it is indented comparatively little, and here are the sandy beaches of Old Orchard, York, and other well-known summer resorts. Maine's shore fisheries are important, and more than 70 factories are engaged in canning lobsters, clams, and small herring. Lobsters are caught in cage-like traps called lobster pots. Men and boys dig the clams on the mud flats at low tide. In Europe, various little fishes have long been canned as sardines, and since 1875 this industry has developed on the coast of Maine. The herring used for the purpose are caught in weirs. Small steamers thread the channels among the islands and bring a multitude of visitors every year. The largest and most beautiful of the islands is Mount Desert, which is about 14 miles long and 7 broad. There are 13 mountains on it, and an equal number of lakes nestle in the hollows and wild ravines. Champlain, the great French explorer, discovered it in 1604. He observed that the summits of its heights were all bare and rocky, and therefore called it the Isle of Desert Mountains. The French started a settlement on Mount Desert in 1613, but presently an armed English ship from Virginia appeared and saluted them with a broadside of guns. The settlement was destroyed and the Frenchmen were taken away. The first white man to establish a permanent home on the island was Abraham Somes of Gloucester. He came thither in his fishing boat in 1761 and cut a load of barrel staves which he carried back. The next year he voyaged to the island with his wife and children and built a log house at the head of the sound that bears his name. About 1860 the island began to win the favor of wandering artists and parties of college students on a vacation, and within 20 years Bar Harbor developed from a primitive village of farmers and fishermen into one of the most popular resorts on the New England coast. Portland, which is by far the largest place in the state, was completely destroyed by the Indians in 1676 and again in 1690. On the latter occasion no one was left to bury the dead. More than 2 years afterward a ship that was voyaging along the coast stopped there and the crew gathered the bleached bones and buried them. Early in the Revolutionary War 4 British vessels entered the harbor and showered cannonballs, bombs, and grape shot on the defenseless village. Most of the people fled for their lives, and many of them saved only what they bore away on their backs. Armed parties from the ships landed and applied torches to the buildings so that the greater part of the town was destroyed. The first steamboat used on the coast was made by a Portland captain in 1822. He placed an old engine on a flat-bottomed boat and rigged up some paddle wheels so that he was able to run the craft to the islands of Casco Bay and some of the adjacent mainland towns. He called his vessel the Kennebec, but the people called it the Horned Hog. On July 4th, 1866, a firecracker carelessly thrown into a builder's shop started a conflagration which raged for 15 hours, when a change of wind enabled Portland's firemen and engines, with the aid of those that had come from other places, to control the flames. The fire swept over 200 acres in the center of the city, burned 1,800 buildings, rendered 6,000 persons homeless, and caused a property loss of $15 million. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow was born in a 3-story frame house near the harbor in 1807. His grandfather erected in 1785 the first house in Portland to be built entirely of brick, and to this the poet was brought as an infant. It was his home until his marriage. Until the end of his life he stayed there whenever he visited the scenes of his youth, and many of his best poems were written in it. He graduated at Bowdoin College in the manufacturing city of Brunswick and was for some years a Bowdoin professor. Hawthorne was another famous Bowdoin collegian. Harriet Beecher Stowe was living at Brunswick when she wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin. Her husband was at that time an instructor in the college. Bath is the shipbuilding city of Maine. Bangor on the Penobscot is the most notable lumber center in New England. Augusta, the capital of the state, is the largest city on the Kennebec. Farming is the leading industry in most of the country towns south of the forest region. Immense quantities of apples, squashes, blueberries, and sweet corn are canned and shipped to the cities. Blueberries grow wild in all parts of the state, but are particularly plentiful in several rocky townships of Washington County, which have been largely swept by fire. The harvest continues for about 6 weeks, and most of the hundreds of pickers camp where the berries grow. The picking is done chiefly by women and children. In the northeastern part of the state is a very rich new agricultural country. Potatoes are the principal farm product there, particularly in the great county of Aroostook, which is nearly as large as the entire state of Massachusetts. They are planted, cultivated, and dug by machines. One of the valuable products of Maine is stone. There are important quarries at various places along the coast where granite is blasted out, cut into such shapes and sizes as are desired, and shipped to different sections of the country. In and around Rockland are inexhaustible limestone beds that have been worked for 2 centuries, whose Maine exceeds the output of any other state. Among Maine's famous men, perhaps none is more widely known than the humorist Charles Farrar Brown, or Artemus Ward as he called himself. He was born in 1834 in the little village of Waterford, some 50 miles north of Portland, and there is his grave. Another notable Maine writer was Jacob Abbott, who was born in 1803 at Hallowell on the Kennebec. He was one of 5 brothers, all of whom became preachers and teachers, and, with a single exception, authors. He was the most popular American writer for children of his time. His Rollo books were particularly famous. In later life he lived at Farmington, where he had a place which he called Few Acres, on high ground overlooking a river winding through one of the most fertile and tranquil valleys in New England. A third Maine writer of exceptional merit was Sarah Orne Jewett, whose birthplace was South Berwick. End of Chapter 1 of What to See in America.
When Lint Was in the Bale by Archibald McElroy. First chapter, collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner, located in Liverpool, England, UK. When Lint Was in the Bale. The Village Itself, Chapter 1. What is now a brisk market town was, some 50 years ago, but a sleepy old-world village. It is now well supplied with what the local directory calls public institutions, comprising churches of various denominations, schools, town hall, reading room, banks, and post office. 2 great railway companies have also considered it worthwhile to run their lines into the very centre of the place, competing with each other as to which will grant the cheaper fares. The general appearance too of the town is much changed for the better. Electric light may not yet have been introduced, or even gas manufactured and retailed, but there are lamps at corners and on the bridge, concreted pavements, well-kept streets, and slated roofs. There are also some fine shops in the square, displaying their handsome new season's goods in large plate glass windows, shops the proprietors of which furnish their accounts monthly, have periodical stock-taking sales, and get their goods direct from Paris. The town may not yet have become a borough, with the privilege of returning 1 or more members of Parliament. It has not even, so far as we know, a regularly appointed council, but all the same its affairs are by no means badly managed, and there are those amongst its inhabitants who could worthily fill the offices of commissioner, alderman, or mayor itself, so far as qualifications are concerned. These things being conceded, we have only again to repeat that, at the time of which we write, the place was neither more nor less than a quiet and comparatively secluded country village. Railway trains were only heard from afar, the shriek of the whistle coming to us over miles of quiet country. As children we were sometimes awakened from sleep during the night by the sound of this lonely weird whistle as the engine was engaged in shunting operations at the distant station, and we were wont to imagine that it betokened distress. Railway travelling was not popular with our villagers. We preferred making the journey to and from the city by Johnny Glenn's post car, which covered the distance 3 times each week, the horse, the veteran of long experience, being turned out to graze on the sides of the roads during the off days. The farmers, when not requiring to take their horses on market days, were accustomed to walk the distance, 24 miles, there and back, carrying large baskets of butter and eggs, returning in same fashion with their purchases. When not convenient for the head of the household to attend market, the duty would be cheerfully undertaken by his wife or daughter. This was before the present days of luxury and ease, when, owing no doubt to the ever-increasing facilities of railway trains and tram cars, combined with modern diet and tight lacing, we are able to support 3 doctors amongst us, while in those old times our one local practitioner was glad to secure the additional offices of postmaster and newsagent in order to supplement his modest income. On rare occasions the carrier would make the journey to Dublin and back, joining in with a dozen others of the same calling from different parts of the county, when they would travel together in jovial company, stop at the same inns, completing the double journey in a fortnight. On his return home the neighbours would come from far and near, anxious to hear the latest news from the capital, and any remarkable experiences encountered on the road. The carrier was the lion of the place for many days to come. The banner of Ulster reached us occasionally. A copy would suffice for at least 12 families. Postage was rather expensive, so we did not correspond much. People discussed the news, congregated in little groups about the bump or seated on the low wall of the bridge. In summer nobody ever wore a coat except on Sabbaths or market days. A straw hat generally lasted a man 10 years or more, at which time he would present it to his eldest son, or perhaps some farm labourer, who would make it last for 10 years longer. There was a style of soft felt hat which was very common amongst us. It could be doubled up and put in the pocket at church or public meetings. If the sun shone brightly we turned down the rim in front. If rain came on we turned it down all round. A useful luxury amongst us was brown paper steeped in tobacco juice. It was more economical than tobacco itself, and could be enjoyed at times when we were too busy to smoke. This dainty, when allowed to lie in the cheek, gradually filled the mouth with pleasant juice, which had to be got rid of when speaking suddenly, answering a question, or returning a salutation. This was the reason of our customary silence when at work, and our comparative slowness in returning speech. A stranger might have concluded that we did our business principally by leaning over the half-doors of our shops, watching the traffic of the street and commenting to each other on the passers-by. Such was far from being the case. There may not have been any great rush of trade in the village except on market days or Saturday evenings, and we scorned the shallow pretence of trying to appear busy when we were not. But there were currents and undercurrents not always apparent to an outsider's eye. The shopkeepers were not to be judged by their head offices any more than a banking or insurance institution. Account had to be taken of their numerous and far-reaching agencies. Johnny Glenn, besides his hotel and grocery establishment, owned 2 farms of land in the country. He was also proprietor of a stud of post horses, undertaker, timber and slate merchant, and agent for artificial manures. The leading draper was also petty sessions clerk, auctioneer and commissioner for the taking of affidavits. Felix Dinsmore, the tailor, figured as an immigration agent, while Sally Lowry, possessing perhaps the most unpretentious shop of any, zealously followed up the vocation of moneylender, his bonds and securities accumulating rapidly with the passing years. Could the stranger aforesaid have been amongst us when we were preparing for the May Fair, or getting ready for potato planting, he would have formed a different opinion of our energy and zeal. The former operation somewhat resembled a present-day house-cleaning, with this difference, that it was the outside of our premises we brightened up, not concerning ourselves much with the inside. Potato planting time found every man up and doing, bargaining with the neighbouring farmers as to ground space suitable to the extent of his midden. Then there was the carrying out of said midden through the kitchen or hall into the street, from whence it would be put into carts and conveyed to the fields. People followed behind their loads, with shirt sleeves rolled up to the elbows, their whole attitude expressive of determination and resolve. There was no rest for man or horse until the work of planting had been completed. But when that was successfully accomplished, they waited with patience till the crop grew. It was through no fault of our own that the contents of the middens had to be carried through kitchen or hall, the cattle going and coming the same way. It was before the back road was made. We retained a lingering affection for the old style calendar, and also for the former coinage, oftentimes catching ourselves speaking of 10-penny pieces and old Geordies, the latter being our name for spade guineas. We calculated time from one or other of three notable events: the year the meal was so dear, the year of the big wind, or the flood, the latter having no reference to the deluge, but to a memorable 3 days' rain which occurred some time in the '40s, when the villagers stood up to the waist in the river, fishing for cornstacks and hay ricks with pitchforks before they got through under the arches of the bridge. We talked much of the rebellion, or turnout, taking pride in the part which some of our forefathers had played in it. Nothing could have made us so angry as hearing our ancestors jeered at and called pikemen, or to be reminded that the gallant patriots had gone to battle provided with grindstones for the occasional sharpening of their spears. It was a base calumny and unworthy of credence, almost as insulting as to be told that the brave men had fired on the soldiers from the insides of houses and shops. Some of our most pleasant childish recollections are associated with Jamie Miskimmon, shoemaker, and Felix Dinsmore, tailor. The latter was passionately fond of children, although not having been blessed with any of his own. When he came round to work at country houses he would sit cross-legged on the kitchen table. We youngsters clustered round amazed at the dexterity with which he plied his needle. Felix was fond of hearing us sing the little songs we learned at school. To encourage us, his pockets were always well supplied with sweets, which he offered as rewards for our performances. We were naturally bashful, and it was hard to induce us to sing before strangers, but those little red and yellow fishes were irresistible. Our whole portfolio would soon be exhausted, and Felix would coax us to go right through the collection again, which we did, so long as the fishes lasted. Jamie Miskimmon's principal charm for us lay in his wangs. We cannot recall a time when Jamie was so busy that he would not lay aside the work on hand, and taking up a piece of fresh leather, would proceed after his own manner to manufacture for us a pair of these useful accessories. He never seemed to tire of our running in and out of his workshop. On one memorable occasion Jamie narrowly saved us from a terrible disappointment. New boots were on order and had been promised for Saturday night. We sat pretty constantly in the shop from Thursday, joining him and Sally at their homely meals, but were compelled to leave on Saturday before the boots were finished, Jamie promising to bring them to our house during the evening. 8 o'clock came, but no word of Jamie. 9, but still he did not appear, and we were obliged to go to bed. We cried ourselves to sleep. It was a time of snow, and a fierce storm was raging. At 10 o'clock the family retired to rest. The front door was fast being snowed up. About midnight the whole household were wakened up by a loud knocking. Thinking it to be some belated traveller who had lost his way in the snow, the door was opened with some difficulty, only to find Jamie with the boots. He was afeard the wains would be disappointed. That was the night of the big drift, when Sammy Ramsay of Tildree was found dead in his own stackyard. Having gone out to convoy a friend, he was unable to find his way back. End of chapter 1 of When Lint Was in the Bell.
Within the Gateways of the Far East by Charles R. Erdman. First Chapter Collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Within the Gateways of the Far East. Chapter 1. Westward Ho! To reach the Far East, you may sail due west, and you surely will choose that course if you are starting from California for the coast of Cathay. From San Francisco to Honolulu is a voyage of 5 days and 55 nights. At least, so it seems to my friend who loves to lounge on deck, but loathes being shut down below in a hot little box without light or air or room to move. However, my friend has never been at sea, and he cannot imagine what it is to occupy a cabin flooded with sunshine and swept by breezes, cooled and heated and lighted by electric devices, provided with beds and with wardrobes and couches, with hot and cold water, with adjoining baths, and all the appointments of more stationary hotels. Then, too, his imagination is clouded by an unfortunate knowledge of history, and he remembers that Thurston and Bingham and their wives and companions, the first missionaries to Hawaii, spent 150 days on their toy ship Thaddeus en route from Boston, that Mrs. Bingham in her journal uncomplainingly compared her stateroom to the Black Hole of Calcutta, that in those days the menu consisted of hardtack, pickles, and pork, that ships were usually boarded by pirates, wrecked by typhoons, and their companies devoured by cannibals. As a matter of fact, a modern Pacific voyage is attended by not the slightest discomfort aside from paying for the ticket, and the trip is surprisingly short. One scarcely has thrown his cabin into disorder with trunks and bags, has sorted out his steamer letters and telegrams, has advised the captain as to his duties, has taken a few turns on deck and an occasional sleep in his room, has grown accustomed to the roll of the ship and to the snoring of his cabin mate, in fact, has just accommodated himself to his surroundings, when suddenly he has pointed out to him on a bright morning the bold headlands of the Hawaiian Islands, the paradise of the Pacific. These islands were known to the Spaniards and visited by Juan Gaetano in 1555, but they were "discovered" by Captain Cook in 1778, and by him placed upon the map and named Sandwich Islands, in honor of the Lord of the British Admiralty. For these and other indiscretions, the famous or notorious captain was killed by the natives, who for a time had worshipped him as a god. They removed his flesh from his bones, decked the skeleton in red feathers, and then paid it the same divine honors as when it had been more decently clothed. A monument to the memory of the rash captain has been reared by his admiring countrymen, where he is supposed to have fallen, on Hawaii, the southernmost of the islands, which island has given to the group their present name. These Islands of the Blessed, some 8 in number, stretch from southeast to northwest over a distance of about 200 miles, in the northern tropics, and some 2,000 miles west of the Californian coast. The third in size, but the most important, is Oahu, on which the city of Honolulu is situated, and it is this island which appears first, raising its gray-green mountain summits out of the Emerald Sea. However, to the south, some 50 miles in the distance, one traces the faint outlines of Molokai, the Leper Island, but these outlines are less vague and indistinct than the myths which are usually associated, in popular fancy, with the false phrase Leper Island and the famous name of Father Damien. It is true that at Kalaupapa the government has long been conducting a colony for lepers, but only a fraction of the island is devoted to this purpose. It is also true that here Father Damien unselfishly performed the rites of his church and ministered to the faithful, that he contracted the loathsome disease of leprosy and died, worthy of all the praise bestowed upon him, even by Stevenson. But in doing him full justice, it is not necessary to forget the Protestant workers who labored at his side, but whose lives were preserved by more careful personal habits and by a wiser observance of sanitary laws. Most of all is it right to remember the modern heroes who are laboring today so devotedly for the relief of the pitiful sufferers on Molokai, and the scientists in other places who by their discoveries and their investigations even hold out hopes of effecting permanent cures, even of stamping out leprosy from the earth. It is, however, the island of Oahu which we are approaching. We round the great promontory of Coca Head, follow with the eye the white line of foaming surf, past Diamond Head and the famous Waikiki Beach, and are soon alongside the great wharf in the harbor of Honolulu. A resident of New York cruelly remarked that he spent a week one afternoon in Philadelphia. For quite contrary reasons, a day and a night passed in Honolulu are so crowded with incidents and impressions and delights that they linger in memory quite disassociated from any particular measurements of time. In order that the stay may be most enjoyable, one should provide in advance to be met at the wharf by relatives, particularly by a cousin, who bears the name of the beloved disciple. First of all, you will pay a visit of respect to the palace, the last royal occupant of which was Queen Liliuokalani, whose lovely song, Aloha Oi, bids fair to make her fame outlive that of the reckless Captain Cook, or of the intrepid warrior Kamehameha I. It was by the leadership of the latter that the islands were brought under the sway of a single ruler, more than a century ago, and just across from the royal palace you may see standing his imposing gold-wrought statue. The Mission Memorial, with its offices and commodious auditorium, was erected by the worthy descendants of the Christian heroes to whose lives and services the present civilization and prosperity of the islands are traced, and it forms the radiating center from which are going forth similar transforming influences into all parts of the islands today. A drive up a steep, narrowing valley brings one suddenly to the pali, the brink of a precipice from which one looks down a sheer 1,000 feet upon a panorama whose loveliness is probably unsurpassed. From the foot of the cliff, the verdant fields stretch away to the white surf and the many shaded expanse of the green sea, while the picture is framed in the rugged steeps of the mountains and the bending blue of the sky. It is indeed a scene of loveliness, but an inscription on the rock behind the visitor reminds him that it was once a scene of horrid tragedy, for here the defenders of the island took their last stand, and from this rock the king and the remnant of his army were hurled headlong as Kamehameha the Great completed his conquest of the islands. Then you visit Waikiki with its white sands, its curling waves, its surfboards, its canoes, and its joyous bathers. After a glimpse at the aquarium, at the polo field, and the country club, you make a round of the schools and educational institutions which are the glory of the islands, and you realize on what broad lines the early missionaries built, and how wisely their descendants are following their policies today. 7 years after the landing of the Pilgrims from the Thaddeus, a boarding school for boys was established, and ever since Christian education has been a chief concern of those who have led in the life and development of the islands. Among other results may be mentioned Maunolu Seminary, Kohala Girls' School, Mid-Pacific Institute, the Christian Workers Institute, the Theological Seminary, and the admirable system of Sunday schools established in the centers of population on each of the islands. Of all the myths connected with these romantic scenes, none is more familiar than the one which suggests that the missionaries exploited the natives, and that their children have grown rich because of the land they inherited. Nothing could be farther from the facts. It is true, however, that the great principles taught by those early pioneers and the institutions they founded did establish on the islands a Christian civilization, and that the descendants of the missionaries have been the leaders in every community, because of their ability, their worth, and their strength of character. The need of real missionary effort, however, has not passed. In fact, a new situation has arisen which offers a serious challenge to the Church. This was impressed on the mind by a visit to the Buddhist temple. Here one seemed to be in a Protestant church. There were the pews, the pulpit, the pipe organ, but there, most conspicuous of all, the great golden shrine with its Buddha. Here are being sung such adaptations of Christian hymns as these: "Oh, for 1,000 tongues to sing my holy Buddha's praise. Joy to the world, the Buddha's come, let earth receive the truth. Peace, perfect peace, in this dark world of sin, the law of Buddha teaches peace within." Yet this suggests no approach to Christianity, nor sympathy for its teachings, for in this temple Christianity is being most bitterly assailed. Now, on these islands, nearly every second person, actually over 100,000 of the population, are Japanese, and for them Buddhism has become a rallying center. Can these thousands be brought to accept the gospel of Christ? After a night of perfect rest at a country home on the northern shore of the island, guarded by sentinels of royal palms, breathing the fragrance of flowers, and lulled to sleep by the murmur of the surf, we drove to the city. In the early morning, through great plantations of sugar cane, of bananas, and of pineapples. The cost of missionary operations on these islands during the full century is estimated at $1.5 million. The annual exports now amount to more than 100 million. Some 80 million is in sugar, but an increasing amount of the remainder is in pineapples, more than 6 million cases of which are shipped in a single year. The great naval station at Pearl Harbor and the thousands of soldiers at the Schofield Barracks remind the traveler of the strong fortification of this far American outpost, and also of the fact that while he is 5,000 miles from home, he is still in his native land and under the United States flag. This was further impressed as one embarked to continue his voyage, for, as the vessel moved from its moorings, the Hawaiian national hymn and Aloha Oi were preceded by the Star-Spangled Banner. Then the serpentine streamers of paper began to break, the flower-bedecked and garlanded passengers waved farewell to their friends on the shore, and the islands of romance, of beauty, of sentiment, and of song began to fade in the distance. Yet as those scenes were beginning to grow dim, the marvel of one great romance became only more vivid, the romance of those messengers of Christ who, summoned by the appeal of a Hawaiian boy, sailed from their homeland in 1819 on that little brig Thaddeus. In that very year and in the same month, a providential preparation was being made for their coming. The islanders, ignorant of the approaching messengers, weary of their idolatry and of the irksome requirements of their cruel taboos, destroyed their idols, burned their temples, and abolished their priesthood. The messengers of the cross found a people without a religion, but without spiritual truths or moral restraints. No wonder that their messages were received, and that in 1837 to 1838, under the leadership of Titus Cohen and Lorenzo Lyons and their companions, nearly 20,000 new members were added to the church. Do not such facts outline the real romance of these islands? Such at least were the thoughts which filled the mind as the jagged outlines of the volcanic mountains sank beneath the horizon of the Sapphire Sea. By the time one was under way from Honolulu to Yokohama, he had become fairly well acquainted with his fellow passengers, and had found them to form a more varied and less conventional company than usually sail on an Atlantic liner. It was also remarked that the average intelligence of Pacific voyagers is rapidly rising, as was evident from the fewer number of inane criticisms passed upon missionaries and the smaller amount of liquor consumed than might have been expected from popular reports. There was marked informality and good fellowship. The hours were passed in such social amusements as are usual in places where the surroundings are delightful and time is not at a premium. On the first evening the most interesting pastime consisted in searching for the Southern Cross. Those who depend for their information upon poets and the authors of guidebooks have little conception of the difficulty inexperienced travelers have in discovering this elusive constellation. For 2 nights the search was continued. Every authority on board was consulted, from the captain to the cabin boy. 3 different crosses were definitely pointed out, and when there remained little doubt that we were gazing on the cross, it proved to be a kite, for the poor little quadrangle of stars has no connection between its 4 twinkling points, and it may have been more than local and provincial prejudice which declared that there is far greater impressiveness in the majestic cross which glorifies the northern sky. The days passed so rapidly that apparently it was not thought worth while to count them all, for we retired on Monday night at 11, slept 8 hours, and awoke on Wednesday morning. The captain explained that we had crossed the meridian, and so lost a day. Another explanation was that the captain intentionally dropped a day to shorten the voyage for the benefit of those who were so constructed that they cannot enjoy the sea. Whatever the explanation of the fact, this experience of losing a day out of one's life, especially when he knows he is moving toward the sunset, has solemn implications from the viewpoint of science, of philosophy, or of religion. In a word, it reminds one that a day of reckoning is sure to come, and that when one continues to borrow, as we had in turning our watches back a half hour every day of our voyage, whether one borrows time or strength or money, some day he may have to pay, and the experience may occasion some surprise. However, there is a brighter view of this loss of a day at the 180th meridian. Some lost days of life may never be regained, but this full day at least awaits one, and can be recovered just where it was lost, if one will but change his course and steer courageously toward the sunrise. Another equally practical suggestion came to mind. It was in reference to my friend who is a Seventh-day Adventist. He worships on Saturday and regrets that we hold Sunday as the day of sacred rest. Why not have this friend take a voyage toward the west and bring all his sect with him? Let them carefully observe as sacred every 7th day. Let them continue their journey around the world, and when they reach home they will be worshiping on the same day with all their fellow Christians. Thus simple is the process of converting an Adventist into a Presbyterian. Thus slight are some of the barriers which prevent the union of churches. Then with deeper distress came the thought of the Adventist who had preceded us across the sea, with the sole purpose of distressing converted heathen by telling them they must observe as the 7th day, a day the number of which has not changed since the creation of the world. He declares it a sin to change the day of sacred rest, yet he knows that when he crossed the Pacific he dropped a day from his week and began to worship on Friday, or, if he refused, he arrived in the East worshiping on Sunday with all his fellow Christians. Thus, in crossing the 180th degree, the Seventh-day Adventist seems to be in danger of losing his religion, or his mind. Thus serious is the matter of journeying westward toward the East, for the Adventist is not the only man who has lost his religion by a voyage across the sea. While thus meditating about the 7th day, on the 8th day from Honolulu, about noon, there appeared in the western sky what seemed at first to be a fleecy cloud, but later proved to be the desire of our hearts, a distant view of the snow-capped summit of Fujiyama, the sacred. This sight was the signal for packing bags, paying fees, and leaving the ship for a glimpse of romantic, picturesque Japan. The first sight which usually amuses tourists in the Orient is that of their fellow passengers looking supremely uncomfortable and self-conscious as they sit perched on those glorified baby carriages, the jinrickshas, or Pullman carts, and as they roll silently along the wharf toward the Yokohama hotels, drawn by little brown-clad Japanese coolies. Some of us, however, wished to attempt the perilous experiment of hustling the East. We were anxious to save time, so we mounted a motor car and rushed off to pay our respects to the Daibutsu, or Great Buddha, of Kamakura. The drive was indeed one of deadly peril, not however to the occupants of the car, but to the pedestrians, and more particularly to the children who scurried out from under the wheels as we dashed through streets and alleys and lanes so narrow that the mud guards seemed to scrape along the piles of goods displayed in the little open-fronted shops that lined both sides of the way through the city. No one in the party commanded enough Japanese to consult with the driver on the delicate topic of speed, so we resigned ourselves to the probable slaughter of innocents, and as we began to reach stretches of open country, we settled down to enjoy the scenes through which we were passing. There were wooded hills and vistas of the sea, and crowded villages and fields green with growing grain. But there were two features of the landscape for which we had been prepared properly by the guidebooks and encyclopedias, which impressed us almost with the force of discoveries. These were the cherry blossoms and the children. They appeared in about equal numbers, both in the state of nature, but many of the latter were clothed in kimonos of various colors, the younger children bound to the backs of their mothers, or contentedly clinging to the shoulders of sisters or brothers little larger than themselves. Both the abundant blossoms and the superabundant babes seemed symbolic, the one of the beauty, the other of the growth and hope of Japan. In about half an hour we found ourselves standing on the sloping approach and gazing in wonder at the colossal image of brass which towered before us some 50 feet into the evening sky. We lingered there in the twilight, in the starlight, in the moonlight, ever more deeply impressed by the majesty and the vast proportions of the statue. As a symbol of Buddhism, it may well be vast in proportions, for before that image 1/3 of the human race, or more than 400 million human souls, are virtually bowing in worship, seeking that conquest of all desire, that calm of perfect resignation which the face of this statue so perfectly represents. The ideal is not that of holiness, of achievement, of service. It is the light of Asia, not the light of the world. Leaving Yokohama next day, we traveled the 18 miles to Tokyo by a truly modern electric train, and glimpses of the Imperial Palace, of the Imperial University, and of the unique new Imperial Hotel impressed upon our minds the fact that we were in the capital of the island empire. Then, further extended motor excursions in various directions with friends residing in the city made us realize that Tokyo is one of the 4 or 5 largest cities in the world. Most of the buildings are insignificant in height. They seem in too much terror of earthquakes to raise themselves far above the ground. Whatever is beautiful in the way of gardens or residences is carefully screened by walls from the profane gaze of the tourists. Broad, dusty avenues have been cut through mazes of narrow, winding streets, which for miles stretch in every direction. A careful search discovers Christian churches and schools and hospitals, but it cannot be said that religion has placed any very marked impression on the great metropolis. We were conducted to the shops on the Ginza and on the crowded cross streets. We were entertained in a restaurant sitting on the floor in stocking feet and struggling with chopsticks. We drove to Ueno Park, not simply to see the cherry blossoms, but to visit the National Exhibition, where were displayed all the industrial and artistic products of the empire. The jostling crowds were evidently from the country districts, for as foreigners we seemed to attract as much attention as other exhibits, a fact which suggests the truth that Western influence and Christianity itself have reached only a fractional part of Japan. A night on a Japanese sleeper may leave something to be desired in the way of luxury, but it brought us to the ancient Western capital, charming Kyoto. It was a picture of loveliness as we looked down upon it from the hotel. It seemed to be a bouquet of cherry blossoms enveloped by hills of green. It is, however, a city wholly given to idolatry. Of course, one will enjoy a visit to the grounds and buildings of the Mikado's palace. He will struggle against the temptation to bankrupt himself in the shops, which are the most attractive in the land, but his real concern in Kyoto will be its countless temples. We rambled through acres of these structures, carefully depositing our shoes outside in the rain and walking in cloth slippers over vast expanses of polished floors, passing before uncounted idols, and becoming more and more depressed by realizing the familiar fact that a proud modern empire, one of the 5 great powers of the world, is in the deadening grasp of false religions and degrading cults. It was a relief to drive out to Lake Biwa, although the superb view there was obtained from the platform of a heathen temple. However, it was an unalloyed pleasure, one sunny spring morning, as the guest of friends from Princeton, to make the excursion to the rapids of Katsura Gawa. We motored out through the fields and villages, along the busy roads to Hosu, and then boarded a crude little craft, but were comfortably seated in chairs as we shot the rapids to Arashiyama, some 13 miles below. The river rushed through a rocky gorge, but the boatmen were skillful and the scene was charming, as the green hills which rose precipitously from the banks of the winding stream were densely covered with foliage and were adorned by great masses of bright blossoms. Such a scene was a perfect preparation for our sail next day through the famous beauties of the inland sea. At sunset we passed the narrow straits of Shimonoseki. All of Good Friday we plowed the Yellow Sea, which however was blue in the morning and green in the afternoon, but sufficiently muddy to be regarded as yellow, as toward evening we dropped anchor at the mouth of the Yangtze. The next morning we landed at Shanghai, the place of all places to end a westward voyage to the Far East, for here, as in no other place, the East and the West are found to meet. End of Chapter 1 of Within the Gateways of the Far East.
Ziemia Obiecana by Władysław Reymond. First Chapter Collection 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ziemia Obiecana, Chapter 1. Łódź się budziła. Pierwszy wrzaskliwy świt fabryczny rozdarł ciszę wczesnego poranku, a za nim we wszystkich stronach miasta zaczęły się zrywać coraz zgiełkliwej inne i darły się chrapliwymi, niesfornymi głosami, niby chór potwornych kogutów, pijących metalowymi gardziejami hasło do pracy. Olbrzymie fabryki, których długie czarne cielska i wysmukłe szyje, kominy, majaczyły w nocy, we mgle i w deszczu, budziły się zwolna, buchały płomieniami ognisk, oddychały kłębami dymów, zaczynały żyć i poruszać się w ciemnościach, jakie jeszcze zalegały ziemię. Deszcz drobny, marcowy deszcz pomieszany ze śniegiem padał wciąż i rozwłóczył nad łodzią ciężki, lepki tuman. Bębnił w blaszane dachy i spływał z nich prosto na trotuary, na ulice czarne i pełne grzęskiego błota, na nagie drzewa przytulone do długich murów, drżące z zimna, targane wiatrem, co zrywał się gdzieś z pól przemiękłych i przewalał się ciężko błotnistymi ulicami miasta. Wstrząsał parkanami, próbował dachów i opadał w błoto i szumiał między gałęziami drzew i bił niemi w szyby niskiego parterowego domu, w którym nagle zabłysło światło. Borowiecki się obudził, zapalił świecę i równocześnie budzik zaczął dzwonić gwałtownie, wskazując 5. Mateusz, herbata! Krzyknął do wchodzącego lokaja. Wszystko gotowe. Panowie śpią jeszcze? Zaraz będę budził, jeżeli pan dyrektor rozkaże, bo pan Moryc mówił wieczorem, że chce dzisiaj spać dłużej. Idź, obudź. Klucze już brali? Sam Szwarc wstępował. Telefonował kto w nocy? Kunke był na dyżurze, ale odchodząc nic mi nie mówił. Co słychać na mieście? Pytał prędko, prędzej jeszcze się ubierając. A nic, ino zaś na gajerowskim rynku zadźgali robotnika. Dosyć, ruszaj. Ale spaliła się też fabryka Goldberga na Cegielnianej. Nasza straż jeździła, ale wszystko dobrze poszło. Ostały tylko mury. Z suszarni poszedł ogień. Cóż więcej? A nic, wszystko poszło fejn, na glanc. Zaśmiał się rechocząc. Nalewaj herbatę, ja sam obudzę pana Moryca. Ubrał się i poszedł do sąsiednich pokojów, przechodząc przez stołowy, którym wisząca u sufitu lampa rozrzucała ostre, białe światło na stół okrągły, nakryty obrusem i zastawiony filiżankami i na samowar błyszczący. Max, 5 godzina, wstawaj! Zawołał, otwierając drzwi do ciemnego pokoju, z którego buchnęło duszne, przesycone zapachem fiołków powietrze. Max się nie odezwał, tylko łóżko zaczęło trzeszczeć i skrzypieć. Moryc! Zawołał do drugiego pokoju. Nie śpię, nie spałem całą noc. Dlaczego? Myślałem o tym naszym interesie, trochę sobie obliczałem i tak zeszło. Wiesz, Goldberg się spalił dzisiaj w nocy i to zupełnie na glanc, jak Mateusz mówi. Dla mnie to nie nowina, odpowiedział ziewając. Skąd wiedziałeś? Ja miesiąc temu wiedziałem, że on się potrzebuje spalić. Dziwiłem się nawet, że tak długo zwleka. Przecież procentów mu nie dadzą od asekuracji. Miał dużo towaru? Miał dużo zaasekurowane. Bilans sobie wyrównał, roześmiali się obaj szczerze. Borowiecki wrócił do stołowego i pił herbatę, a Moryc, jak zwykle, szukał po całym pokoju różnych części garderoby i wymyślał Mateuszowi. Ja tobie zbiję ładny kawałek pyska, ja ci z niego czerwony barchan zrobię, jak mi nie będziesz składał wszystkiego porządnie. Morgen! Krzyknął przebudzony wreszcie Max. Nie wstajesz? Już po 5. Odpowiedź zagłuszyły świstawki, które się rozległy jakby tuż nad domem i ryczały przez kilkanaście sekund z taką siłą, aż szyby brzęczały w oknach. Moryc, w bieliźnie tylko, z paltem na ramionach, usiadł przed piecem, w którym wesoło trzaskały szczapy smolne. Nie wychodzisz? Nie, miałem jechać do Tomaszowa, bo Weiss pisał do mnie, aby mu sprowadzić nowe gremple, ale teraz nie pojadę. Zimno mi i nie chce mi się. Max, także zostajesz w domu? Gdzie się będę śpieszył? Do tej parszywej budy? A zresztą wczoraj się z fatrem pożarłem. Max, ty źle skończysz przez to żarcie się ciągłej ze wszystkimi. Mruknął niechętnie i surowo Moryc, rozgrzebując pogrzebaczem ogień. Co cię to obchodzi? Krzyknął głos z drugiego pokoju. Łóżko zatrzeszczało gwałtownie i w drzwiach ukazała się wielka figura Maxa, w bieliźnie tylko i pantoflach. A właśnie, że mnie to bardzo obchodzi. Daj mi spokój, nie irytuj mnie. Karol mnie obudził, diabli wiedzą po co, a ten znowu pyskować zaczyna. Gadał głośno, niskim, silnie brzmiącym głosem. Cofnął się do swojego pokoju i po chwili wyniósł całą garderobę, rzucił ją na dywan i zwolna się ubierał. Ty nam psujesz interes tym swoim żarciem, zaczął znowu Moryc, wciskając złote binokle na swój suchy, semicki nos, bo mu się ciągle zsuwały. Gdzie? Co? Jak? Wszędzie. Wczoraj u Blumentalów powiedziałeś głośno, że większość naszych fabrykantów to prości złodzieje i oszuści. Powiedziałem, a jakże, i zawsze to będę mówił. Jakiś niechętny, pogardliwy uśmiech przeleciał mu po twarzy, gdy patrzył na Moryca. Ty, Max Baum, mówić tego nie będziesz. Mówić ci tego nie wolno. To ja ci powiadam. Dlaczego? Zapytał cicho i oparł się o stół. Ja ci powiem, jeśli tego nie rozumiesz. Przede wszystkim, co ci do tego? Co cię to obchodzi, czy oni są złodzieje, czy porządni ludzie? My wszyscy razem jesteśmy tu po to w Łodzi, aby zrobić geszeft, żeby zarobić dobrze. Nikt z nas tutaj wiekować nie będzie. A każdy robi pieniądze jak może i jak umie. Ty jesteś czerwony, ty jesteś radykał, pons numer 4. Ja jestem uczciwy człowiek, burknął tamten, nalewając sobie herbatę. Borowiecki, oparty o stół łokciami, utopił twarz w dłoniach i słuchał. Moryc na odpowiedź usłyszaną odwrócił się gwałtownie, aż binokle mu spadły i uderzył w poręcz krzesła. Popatrzył się na Maxa z uśmiechem gryzącej ironii na wąskich ustach, pogładził cienkimi palcami, na których skrzyły się brylantowe pierścionki, rzadką, czarną jak smoła brodę i szepnął drwiąco. Nie gadaj, Max, głupstw. Tu chodzi o pieniądze. Tu chodzi, ażebyś nie wyjeżdżał z tymi oskarżeniami publicznie, bo to naszemu kredytowi może zaszkodzić. My mamy założyć fabrykę we 3. My nic nie mamy. To my potrzebujemy mieć kredyt i zaufanie u tych, co go nam dadzą. My teraz potrzebujemy być porządni ludzie, gładcy, mili, dobrzy. Jak ci Borman powie, podła łódź, to mu powiedz, że jest 4 razy podłą. Jemu trzeba przytakiwać, bo to gruba fisz. A coś ty o nim powiedział Joknola? Że jest głupi cham. Człowieku, on nie jest głupi, bo on ze swojej mózgownicy wyciągnął miliony. On te miliony ma, a my je także chcemy mieć. Będziemy mówić o nich wtedy, jak będziemy mieli pieniądze. A teraz trzeba siedzieć cicho. Oni są nam potrzebni. No, niech Karol powie, czy ja nie mam racji? Mnie idzie przecież o przyszłość nas 3. Moryc ma zupełną prawie słuszność, powiedział twardo Borowiecki, podnosząc zimne, szare oczy na wzburzonego Maxa. Ja wiem, że wy macie rację, łódzką rację, ale nie zapominajcie, że jestem uczciwy człowiek. Frazes, stary, wytarty frazes. Moryc, ty jesteś podły żydłak, wykrzyknął gwałtownie Baum. A ty jesteś głupi, sentymentalny Niemiec. Kłócicie się o wyrazy, odezwał się chłodno Borowiecki i zaczął wdziewać palto. Żałuję, że nie mogę zostać z wami, ale puszczam w ruch nową drukarnię. Nasza wczorajsza rozmowa na czym stanęła? Zapytał spokojnie już Baum. Zakładamy fabrykę. Tak, ja nie mam nic, ty nie masz nic, on nie ma nic. Zaśmiał się głośno. To razem właśnie mamy tyle, w sam raz tyle, żeby założyć wielką fabrykę. Cóż stracimy? Zarobić zawsze można. dorzucił po chwili. Zresztą albo robimy interes, albo interesu nie robimy. Powiedzcie raz jeszcze. Robimy, powtórzyli obaj. Co to, Goldberg się spalił? Zapytał Baum. Tak, zrobił sobie bilans. Mądry chłop, zrobi miliony. Albo skończy w kryminale. Głupie słowo, żachnął się niecierpliwie Moritz. Ty sobie takie rzeczy gadaj w Berlinie, w Paryżu, w Warszawie, ale w Łodzi nie gadaj. To nieprzyjemne słowa, nam oszczędź ich. Max się nie odezwał. Świstawki znowu zaczęły podnosić swoje przenikliwe, denerwujące głosy i śpiewały coraz potężniej hejnał poranny. No, muszę już iść. Do widzenia, wspólnicy. Nie kłóćcie się. Idźcie spać i śnijcie o tych milionach, jakie zrobimy. Zrobimy, powiedzieli razem. Uścisnęli sobie mocno, po przyjacielsku dłonie. Zapisać trzeba dzisiejszą datę. Będzie ona dla nas bardzo pamiętną. Dodaj tam, Maxie, taki nawias, kto z nas najpierw zechce okpić drugich. Ty, Borowiecki, jesteś szlachcic. Masz na biletach wizytowych herb. Kładłeś nawet na prokurze swoje fon, a jesteś największym z nas wszystkich lozermenszem, szepnął Moritz. A ty nim nie jesteś? Ja przede wszystkim mówić o tym nie potrzebuję, bo ja potrzebuję zrobić pieniądze. Wy i Niemcy to dobre narody, ale do gadania. Borowiecki podniósł kołnierz, pozapinał się starannie i wyszedł. Deszcz mżył bezustannie i zacinał skośnie, aż do pół okien małych domków, co w tym końcu Piotrkowskiej ulicy stały gęsto przy sobie, gdzieniegdzie tylko jakby rozepchnięte olbrzymem fabrycznym lub wspaniałym pałacem fabrykanta. Szeregi niskich lip na trotuarze gięły się automatycznie pod uderzeniem wiatru, który hulał po błotnistej, prawie czarnej ulicy, bo rzadkie latarnie rozsiewały tylko koła niewielkie żółtego światła, w którym błyszczało czarne, lepkie błoto na ulicy i migały setki ludzi w ciszy wielkiej, a z pośpiechem szalonym, biegnących na głos tych świstawek, co teraz coraz rzadziej odzywały się dokoła. Zrobimy? Powtórzył Borowiecki, przystając i topiąc spojrzenie w tym chaosie kominów, majoczących w ciemności, w tej masie czarnej, nieruchomej, dzikiej jakimś kamiennym spokojem, i ze wszystkich stron zdały się wyrastać przed nim czerwonymi, potężnymi murami. Morgen, rzucił ktoś stojącemu, biegnąc dalej. Morgen, szepnął i poszedł wolniej. Gryzły go wątpliwości, tysiące myśli, cyfr, przypuszczeń i kombinacji przewijało mu się pod czaszką, zapominał prawie, gdzie jest i dokąd idzie. Tysiące robotników, niby ciche, czarne roje, wypełzło nagle z bocznych uliczek, które wyglądały jak kanały pełne błota. Z tych domów, co stały na krańcach miasta, niby wielkie śmietniska, napełniło Piotrkowską szmerem kroków, brzękiem blaszanek błyszczących w świetle latarń, stukiem suchych drewnianych podeszw trepów i gwarem jakimś sennym oraz chlupotem błota pod nogami. Zalewali całą ulicę, szli ze wszystkich stron, zapełniali trotuary, człapali się środkiem ulicy pełnej czarnych kałuż wody i błota. Jedni ustawiali się bezładnymi kupami przed bramami fabryk, drudzy, uszeregowani w długiego węża, znikali w bramach, jakby połykani zwolna przez buchające światłem wnętrza. W ciemnych głębiach zaczęły buchać światła. Czarne, milczące czworoboki fabryk błyskały nagle setkami płomiennych okien i niby ognistymi ślepiami świeciły. Elektryczne słońca nagle zawisały w cieniach i skrzyły się w próżni. Białe dymy zaczęły bić z kominów i rozwłóczyć się pomiędzy tym potężnym kamiennym lasem, co tysiącami kolumn zdawał się podpierać i jakby chwiał się w drganiach światła słonecznego. Ulice opustoszały, gaszono latarnie, ostatnie świstawki przebrzmiały. Cisza pełna chlupotu deszczu, coraz cichszych poświstywań wiatru rozwłóczyła się po ulicy. Otwierano szynki i piekarnie, a gdzieniegdzie, w jakimś okienku na poddaszu lub w suterynach, do których sączyło się uliczne błoto, błyskały światła. Tylko w setkach fabryk wrzało życie wysilone, gorączkowe, głuchy łoskot maszyn drżał w powietrzu mglistym i obijał się o uszy Borowieckiego, który wciąż spacerował po ulicy i patrzył w okna fabryk, za którymi rysowały się czarne sylwetki robotników lub olbrzymie kontury maszyn. Nie chciało mu się iść do roboty. Było mu dobrze tak chodzić i myśleć o tej przyszłej fabryce, urządzać ją, puszczać w ruch, pilnować. Tak się zatapiał w tym rozmarzeniu, że chwilami najwyraźniej słyszał około siebie i czuł tę przyszłą fabrykę. Widział stosy materiałów, widział kantor, kupujących, szalony ruch jaki panował. Czuł jakąś wielką falę bogactw płynącą mu pod stopy. Uśmiechał się bezwiednie, oczy mu wilgotnymi blaskami świeciły. Na bladą, piękną twarz występowały rumieńce głębokiej radości. Pogładził nerwowo brodę mokrą od deszczu i oprzytomniał. Co za głupstwo, szepnął niechętnie i obejrzał się dookoła, jakby z obawy, czy kto nie widział tej chwilowej słabości. Nie było nikogo, ale już szarzało. Ze słabego, przemglonego świtu zaczynały powoli wychylać się kontury drzew, fabryk i domów. Piotrkowską zaczynały ciągnąć od rogatek sznury chłopskich wozów. Od miasta turkotały po wybojach olbrzymie wozy towarowe ładowane węglem i platformy naładowane przędzą, bawełną w belach, surowym towarem lub beczkami, a pomiędzy nimi przemykały pośpiesznie małe bryczki lub powoziki fabrykantów śpieszących do zajęć, lub tłukła się z hałasem dorożka wiodąca zapóźnionego oficjalistę. Borowiecki przy końcu Piotrkowskiej skręcił na lewo, w małą niebrukowaną uliczkę, oświetloną kilkoma latarniami na sznurkach i olbrzymią fabryką, która już szła. Długi czteropiętrowy budynek świecił wszystkimi oknami. Przebrał się szybko w zafarbowaną, brudną bluzę i pobiegł do swojego oddziału. End of chapter 1 of Ziemia obiecana.